ஹலோ அதுவா நீங்கள் போய் செக் பண்ணி சார் லைன் போயிட்டு இருக்கு சார். ஆமாம் சார். இல்லை ஒன்றும் பண்ணல, இது பண்ணி சொல்கிறேன். யூடியூப் அப்லோட் பண்ணிடுங்க சார். ஒன்றும் எதுக்கு நீங்கள் ஒரு தண்ணி போட சொல்லுங்க சார். போஸ்ட் சார், போஸ்ட் ரெடி பண்ணுங்க சார். ஓகே சார். Hello.
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 Calling from Rajmas Pondicherry, madam. Calling from Rajmas Pondicherry, madam.
Very good morning, sir.
Very good morning, madam. How is our audio and video, madam?
Audio and video is quite okay. We are admitting.
Okay.
Hope it's clear to you, that side. Audio and video is quite okay. We are admitting.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Ask all the participants to mute the mic, madam.
Okay. Mute the mic, please.
All the audience.
Mute the audience, please.
Whenever they are speaking, at the time only we unmute and speak.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Video.
My kind request till the program starts.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Can we start now? It's 9:30. Madam? Fine. I just inquire, please.
Yeah, please. Yes, we are ready. As long as the Honorable LG is ready here. We are ready here.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Can we go ahead? 1 minute, please. Let me check with our meeting.
यहाँ लिया बहुत मुश्किल हो जाए और वो म्यूट कर दो
Ambi.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Happy ceremony. Good morning, everybody. We can begin the program.
Yes, sir.
because the Honorable Governor has certain other commitments also.
Yes, sir.
We must stick to timings.
So, a pleasant morning to all of you who joined us on the NCT Open House discussion in collaboration with School of Education, Pondicherry University on National Professional Standards for Teachers. Let's start the program with our university anthem. Yes, sir.
புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம் புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உனை வாழ்த்துவோம் வங்க கடலலை தாளாட்டும் ஞான சூரியன் உதிக்கும் இடம்
இது எங்கள் புதுநெறி காட்டும் உலகம் எந்நாளும் அறிவு தேடல் தொடரும் அறிவூற்றை பொழியும் ஆசிரியர் அதில் தினமும் நனையும் மாணவர்கள்
இதில் அன்று புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகம் அறிவின் தாகம் தனியும் சோலை அகிலம் போற்றும் கல்வி சாலை மனித வளமே என்றும் உயர புனித சேவை தொடருதே பல்கலைக்கழகம் என்றும் வளர்ந்திட நாமும் வழிபடுவோம் கல்வி சேவைகள் யாவும் காலமும் தொடர்ந்திட நாடும் வேண்டிடுவோம் புதுவை புதுவை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம்
புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உன்னை வாழ்த்துவோம்.
I invite Professor K. Chellamani, Dean, School of Education, to render the welcome address. Madam, please.
Thank you. Good morning to all delegates and participants. I'm very happy to welcome you all for this one-day open house discussion on National Professional Standards for Teachers draft framework prepared by National Council for Teacher Education, that is NCTE, New Delhi. It is a significant program where all stakeholders of teacher education community is welcomed by the apex body to reflect upon the NPST framework focusing on quality teaching and learning. I'm very happy to welcome Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Government of Pondicherry, Dr. Tamilisi Soundarajan, Madam. We are honored to have you here, and on behalf of School of Education, Pondicherry University, I welcome you wholeheartedly to this program. Welcome you, Madam. I'm extremely honored to have our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, the visionary leader of our university, who supports all our academic activities. We are happy to welcome you, sir. On behalf of Pondicherry University, I'm happy to welcome Sri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, IAS, Chairperson, NCTE, New Delhi. We welcome you, sir. We are happy to welcome Madam Mrs. Kesang Yangsang Sherpa, Member Secretary, NCTE, New Delhi. Hearty welcome to you, Madam. I welcome the Director of Studies, Professor Balakrishnan, the Director for Cultural Studies, Professor Rajiv Jain, respected Registrar, respected FO, Deans and HODs, and faculty of various departments of Pondicherry University. As a nodal officer of the open house discussion on NPST, Pondicherry University, I have invited teacher representatives from all schools, diets, teacher education institutions, PhD scholars, and students. A hearty welcome to you all to enjoy this program and have your open discussion. Thank you.
It's a honor to invite today's chief guest, Dr. Tamilisi Soundarajan, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Government of Pondicherry, to address the gathering. Madam, please.
Chairperson, NCTE, New Delhi, Sri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, Professor Gurmeet Singh Ji, Member Secretary, NCTE, New Delhi, Ms. Kesang Yangsum Sherpa Ji, Dean of School Education, Pondicherry University, Professor Chellamani, Professor of School of Education of Pondicherry University, faculties from participating universities and other dignitaries and invited participants. By education, I mean an all-round drawing of the best in child and man, in body, mind, and spirit. These are the words of father of our nation, Sri Mahatma Gandhi ji. We are today in an era when the country is witnessing a paradigm shift in education sector with the unveiling of new education policy. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, with his visionary zeal, has given an education policy that brings to realms the aforesaid quote of the father of the nation. The new education policy has led to major changes in education sector. The new education policy will give importance to students' practical knowledge and aims to set up new quality of high educational institutes that would be multidisciplinary at par with global standards. To fulfill the vision of Skill India of Honorable Prime Minister, every student will be taught a vocational skill of his choice by the time they complete the schooling. There would be no rigid separation between arts and science curriculum. IITs would also follow the holistic approach for creating students who are all round in body, mind, and spirit. A revolutionary policy that aims at making the education system holistic, flexible, multidisciplinary, and aligned to the needs of the 21st century and 2030 sustainable developmental goals. While the intent of the policy is forward looking and progressive, the implementation of it lies in the hands of the teachers more than the administrators. The role of the teachers is highly relevant in making it a success. I appreciate the NCTE, the National Council for Teacher Education, and all the stakeholders involved in the draft framework, NPST, National Professional Standards for Teachers, to work towards improvement of the educators to ensure that all students in our country will be taught by passionate, motivated, highly qualified, professionally trained, and well-equipped teachers in line with the new education policy. The pandemic has had a significant impact on education sector. The adversity of the pandemic was converted into an opportunity for digitalization of education sector. Today, we have drastically transformed education system that shifted from classrooms to a more personal area on online education. I always mention in the present scenario and situation, the online education has become the lifeline education for the children. The role of educators have evolved as the demand for online course continues to snowball. The teachers are required to upskill to deal with the new demand and future-proof courses. From preparing personalized curriculum for courses to being a content creator to mentoring students on real-time challenges and project and upskilling themselves to stay abreast of emerging technology, today's education have to be multi-talented. There is a deficit of 1 million teachers in this country. The demand for high quality teachers is at high. Teaching profession truly shape our next generation of citizens who actually contribute to the advancement of both economy and society. It is an undeniable fact that the teaching profession makes all the other profession possible. NPST provides a broad change which is needed in teaching as profession. The professional teaching standards highlight the improvement to be made in the profession of teaching to contribute to the country's progress. With the evolution in the education system and changing the role of teachers, enhancing teacher quality becomes an utmost importance for long-term and sustainable nation building. The role of teacher in education goes beyond teaching. An educator has to carry out the part of being an external parent, counselor, mentor, role model. Teachers today have to impact students on a whole different level and inspire them to do more to create individuals who are holistic in body and mind. The emphasis on practice of fundamental duties of Indian Constitution while teaching or performing any activity will go a long way in producing better citizens for the nation. It is heartening to see a recommendation of providing special local teacher education programs where master instructors from the locality will be involved for the purpose of promoting local professions, knowledge, and skills. Example, local art, music, agriculture, business, sports, carpentry, and other vocational crafts. This is relevant with the recent MOU signed by Pondicherry University and Auroville Foundation. Although the development of NPST is the mandatory responsibility of the NCTE, the statutory body of teacher education in India, teacher community, educational institutions, central and state implementation bodies should actively participate for implementing teaching standards in the respective regions. The deliberations during the course of this interactive open house session, I am sure, will cut out the options, suggestions, and necessary professional inputs from the stakeholders of teacher education. I convey my best wishes to the open house discussion and also convey my gratitude to the teaching community in the endeavor to create students for a better India of tomorrow. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madam. We are very happy that the LG has mentioned about the MOU Pondicherry University has signed with Auroville Foundation. There are BVOC courses that the UGC have recognized. I think these vocational courses will take us a long way. Thank you for your very inspirational talk on the quality of education in this country. We will definitely take your points ahead. Thank you, Madam. I'm very happy now to invite Ms. Kesang Yangzom Sherpa, IRS Member Secretary, NCT New Delhi, to deliver the opening remarks on NPST. Please, Madam.
Thank you very much. Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. T. Sundararajan, Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, Professor K. Chalamani, Dean, School of Education, Pondicherry University, all our panelists, the academicians, experts, school teachers, professors, our student teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody who has joined us today online and offline, namaskar. At the outset, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry for having taken time out of her very, very busy schedule and been with us today in this open house that we have on NPST and NMM. I also would like to thank Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, for collaborating with the National Council for Teacher Education in this open house today. The Honorable Lieutenant Governor has already pointed out in her speech that the importance of the role of a teacher in society, not only as a teacher, but also as an educator, as a mentor, as a guide, as a philosopher. Thank you, ma'am, for your very insightful talk, where you have highlighted the importance of the National Education Policy 2020, launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, on 29 July 2020, and how the NEP espouses to bring back the position of teachers as the noblest of all professions. You have also mentioned that the NEP emphasizes on no hard separation between different streams, and also the emphasis on developing skill sets and vocations at the same time. Ma'am, the National Council for Teacher Education looks after the development, the coordination of teacher education throughout the country. And in our endeavor this year, post NEP 2020, National Council for Teacher Education has taken various steps. Some of them are that we have taken out the notification for the 4-year integrated teacher education program. We are also working on the 2-year B.Ed program, the 1-year B.Ed program, the 4-year Bachelor of Physical Education program, the 4-year art education program, and the National Professional Standard for Teachers and the National Mission for Mentoring are 2 very important mandates given to the National Council for Teacher Education by the budget of 2020. As far as the National Professional Standard for Teachers is concerned, this is a document, the draft which has come out, which talks about the competencies that a teacher would be required to possess at each stage or level, and the performance appraisal of the competencies of the same. The draft document is already out in public domain in November this year, and in that you would see that there are 4 stages in each level of competency. That is a beginner stage, the proficient stage, the expert stage, and the lead stage. The National Council of Teacher Education had already sought various suggestions from our stakeholders across the country in April, in the My NEP 2020, where we sought suggestions for both the NPST and the NMM, and we got a fabulous response. Some of the very relevant responses have been incorporated in our draft document, which is there in public domain. As far as the NPST is concerned, it is chaired, a committee is there, and a committee of experts chaired by Professor Chand Kiran Saluja ji, who have prepared this draft document. And we have placed it in public domain to solicit all suggestions from our stakeholders all across the country. In NCT, we are also working on a national center for teacher quality, wherein we intend to have a national registry of all teachers, because if we are to assess the competencies of teachers at every level, we need to know their record as to what are the levels or what are the various qualifications they would have, etc. Aligned with the NDR. And as far as the National Mission for Mentoring is concerned, in this also, this is the NEP understands that there is a wide pool of experts in the form of retired faculty as well as working faculty who can contribute to the society in leveraging their expertise and their experience to mentor teacher educators and teachers in the country. As of now, we have only said that when we talk about mentors, we only relate it to young people, students, but the NEP goes a step further and understands the necessity of having mentors for even teachers, school leaders, etc. So as far as national NCT is concerned, we have already launched the first draft, which is the Blue Book on Mentoring, in November this year, where again we have solicited all the suggestions from the stakeholders. The same thing, like in My NEP 2020, also we had sought suggestions. We have a committee of experts headed by Professor Roy from Navy, and this Blue Book on Mentoring, we intend to find out how we can launch the NMM across the country and how we can engage the community in taking forward this mission of the NMM. My request to all the stakeholders today is to please give us your suggestions for both the NPST and NMM, because this document is a national document. It is for you, it is for us, and this is what is going to take the level of teacher education and the level of teachers to the desired level as espoused in the NEP. At the end, I would like to thank the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Pondicherry, Dr. Sundararajan, for having spent her valuable time with us, for giving us her insights, which are very valuable for us. And I also want to thank Dr. Gurmeet Singh and his team from Pondicherry University for partnering with National Council for Teacher Education in this extremely important mandate of the Government of India. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madam, for that informational talk. We are looking forward to the open house discussion. Now, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Government of Pondicherry has other programs to attend after this program. Madam, we are very thankful to you. Your informational and inspirational talk would have been an energy to all the stakeholders, especially because we have teachers and principals from colleges of education and schools here. Thank you so much, Madam. LG would leave us now. We will go ahead with the program. Now, it is my privilege to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, Professor Gurmeet Singh, to deliver his presidential address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shrikala. Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Tamil Salai Soundarajan, our very dynamic and respected LG of Pondicherry, who has, I must express this gratitude straight away, who has put teaching and teachers' profession on a very high pedestal, on a very high esteem, for which we are truly grateful to her. I am also glad to have Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, the Chief Patron, Chief Person of NCTE, Mrs. Kesang Yongsom Sherpa, Member Secretary of NCTE, who has just expressed her gratefulness to the way things are being taken on for implementing national education policy in the best possible manner, and our own Dean, Professor Chelimani, who has taken the lead in organizing this particular program. I'm delighted to be here, as I said, because of the main reason that people have a lot of apprehensions about national education policy, though there have been a lot of debates, a lot of seminars, a lot of webinars on this. But I would straight away come down to the 4 salient features of this, which all of you will appreciate. And if this policy is implemented in the best possible way, I suppose there can be nothing better for our country at this juncture. As I said, 4 major points, which I'm sure you will all remember once they are put in the form of a capsule. Number 1 is that this policy straight away highlights the importance of teaching in mother tongue. Up till now, this fact was absolutely neglected, and we were laying emphasis on a language which is not ours. But then, since we inherited, we were all focusing on that. And the moment a child goes to school, we would be forcing that child to start learning that language rather than encouraging that child to start thinking in one's own mother tongue. I have a very firm view. I've thought about it. I've discussed with many that in the formative years, if a child is encouraged to think and to dwell on various concepts, various issues in one's own mother tongue, I think the kind of original thinking that will come to one's mind would never ever emerge in any other language. So therefore, the importance of learning in one's mother tongue cannot be undermined. And this is what this policy has highlighted straight away in the opening phase of this. Once that is done and a child starts thinking in the correct manner that what is best for a child, what best subject, first 8 to 9 years, if one learns in one's mother tongue, one will be able to chalk out a program that what is going to be the best for that child. So this is the first important point of this particular policy, which you will all come to know the moment we start implementing this in the right earnest, in right manner. You'll find the kind of benefits that it will render to our society will go a long way. There are 3 more important points, which again are very important. 1, it teaches us, it includes a concept of learn to live. In our society, we have seen many people were joining education, but for a variety of reasons, they were not able to continue. You are all aware that our country is a very large country, large population, many conventions, many religions, many sects, many styles, many languages. And for a variety of reasons, many children of our country were not able to continue. Once they would leave, they will never ever be able to get back to education, because wherever they would go, the question which is given to them is that, well, you have already left this, so therefore there is a gap year, there are 2 years, 5 years you have not come back, so therefore you will not be given admission anywhere. So the road used to be blocked for that child. Now this is a policy which takes into account that whenever convenient, one can leave, and you do whatever you want to, and you earn money, you earn whatever you wish to, and you can come back to this teaching, learning process anytime. So this is a very important aspect, and it will pave the way for many underprivileged, many of those who somehow earlier on were not able to continue, they would be able to get back to the education system. And let me tell you, if you carry out the analysis, many of the greats have left in between and come back, and they have done wonders. There are many examples. This is, when you try to analyze, you'll know about it. And this is what this policy has included, rightfully so. The second important point here is it is talking about teach to transform. We were teaching, yes, we were teaching economics, we were teaching engineering, we were teaching all kinds of subjects. But when it came to the practical side of life, we have noted that many of these great experts who would have a lot of degrees would fumble when it comes to the practical part of the education. Go to a mechanical engineer, if some fault would be there in any car, one will not be able to look at it, but when you go to a roadside mechanic, he will immediately fix it. So that is the side of teach to transform. We should make our degrees more relevant. We should make our degrees more skill-oriented. This is where this particular point would drive us to, that skill-based education is more important, and this should be a part of our regular education. The fourth important point, mother tongue teaching is one. Learn to live, first part. Teach to transform, second part. And the third part, or I'll say fourth part now, that is educate to impart. We were educating, yes, we were educating for so many years, but were we giving real empowerment to the students? No. My answer would be a flat no. A student would earn graduation, would earn master's degree, but would not be able to put that degree into any kind of a practice. So the last 2 points would highlight that skill development pertaining to our education degrees is very, very important. And this whole policy lays a lot of emphasis on skill development along with the educational degrees that we are going to be giving. Few more related issues will emerge out of it when you look at the document. It's a very voluminous document, and I must compliment the team which has analyzed about over 1 lakh interviews and so many emails and ideas, and they have finally come up with this document. If you analyze this out of all these 4 concepts that I've talked about, you would find that this is one policy which says that if you get into some subject and you find that you are not meant for that, it gives you an opportunity to change. You can get into any other subject. You can have more subjects added on to your degree. You can change. You can have a diversified set of subjects. Now, this was not there earlier on. Somebody who got into any subject, let's say physics or mathematics or engineering or economics or arts for that matter, one would stuck to that till the time you finish your education in the complete sense of it. And whatever one has to do it on one's own, out of one's own liking. But well, no formal degree. It won't be a part of the formal degree. But here, in this policy, this has been given enough emphasis that yes, you can pick up any subject at any time, you can change and earn the number of credits that are needed for this. The other point which is there, which all of you must ponder over, is that it doesn't say that once you get into a particular educational system, particular course, you enroll yourself for a particular degree, you will end up doing master's degree in that. No, you will be able to exit at any point, and if you feel that you are better suited for another one, you can join that, earn certain credit on that, and then come back to this. This is what is referred to as multi-exit, multi-entry program, which was not there in our earlier system, but it is going to be there in this. Now, when you look at it as a pilot's observation, you will find that this takes into account all our things which should be there in a scenario like what we have in our country. Yes. What is the catchword here? The important point here would be this policy is a wonderful policy. It will be very useful if we implement it in a very proper manner. This is where the role of NCTE and other regulating bodies would come in. This policy, if implemented very properly, is going to be a great addition to our country's progress. And how are we going to do it? There are two important facts which one has to remember, and maybe you can discuss in the open house that you will be starting very soon. First is there has to be an emphasis on sharing. There is no requirement for a university or a school to have all kinds of subjects. We have in this policy given the choice, wide choice to a student. You can pick up any subject, but then every college and every student, every school, every university will not be able to have all subjects. So sharing of resources is the first important emphasis which you have to think about. That if a particular school has certain subject and other doesn't have it, they should start sharing. A student should be able to learn a subject of his choice, which is there in the other school, and get that credit for himself in a school where one is studying. So this kind of a sharing has to start all over. And here NCTE probably will have to group the schools into various sections, whereby teachers can be trained as a kind of a cluster who would be able to help all the schools where a variety of subjects would be required. The other important part here will be sharing is one, and then when we go to the higher level, their sharing of resources, high-ended equipment, libraries. There is no requirement for everybody to have all kinds of resources in the library. If one library is there, that can be shared by others where those resources are not available. So if this kind of a thinking we begin with and we start working on it, I suppose this policy is going to be a great addition to our country's education system. And the weaknesses which we have studied, which we have learned, which we have known in our earlier system will obviously be taken care of once we implement it properly. Now, I'm glad that you have organized this open house where subjects like the questions like which I posed here, you would be able to deliberate and answer very effectively. I compliment and express my gratefulness to the team of NCTE for joining hands with our School of Education at our university. And I'm sure with the great minds deliberating upon these issues, this policy is going to be implemented in a very wonderful way. And this open house discussion, or as I call it, as webinar, is going to be a grand success. I compliment my own School of Education and express my absolute sincere thanks to NCTE for joining hands with us. All the very best, and God bless everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that inspirational talk. Sir has given a very detailed account of NEP 2020. I think we have got several points to discuss in the open house discussion. University recently has taken several initiatives in line with NEP. I was very happy listening to the LG talking about the MOU with the Auroville Foundation. We are getting several requests. This is probably a road that is normally rarely taken. The hard lines between the theory and practicum theoretical courses that we have in India, which is a problem which we were facing from the beginning. Probably this would go with involving the local community and the master trainers from the locality, enriching the culture and the arts that is available. I'm very happy, sir. We will take all your points in the discussion. Thank you, sir. Now, after this inaugural session, the inaugural session will be followed by a technical session on NPST by Shri Rishabh Khanna, the cognitive scientist from Delhi. This will be followed by a panel discussion, which will be moderated by my colleague, Professor Mumtaz Begum, Professor, School of Education. And in this panel discussion, the principals and teachers from the colleges of teacher education and schools will participate. We are looking forward to this. And the post-lunch, we will hold the much-awaited open house discussion with all the stakeholders, the students, MEd students, PhD scholars, the teachers, principals, faculty from this university and the NCT members. Everybody will participate. We are looking forward to this to discuss. And then we will close the program with a report presentation by the Dean, School of Education, Professor K. Chelamani, and vote of thanks by my colleague, Dr. Balamurugan, School of Education. Now, to close this inaugural session, I invite my colleague, Dr. Vijay Kumar, Assistant Professor, School of Education, Pondicherry University. Sir, please.
A very warm good morning to all distinguished chief guests, delegates, officials, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of School of Education, Pondicherry University, in organizing one-day open house discussion on National Professional Standards for Teachers, which is one of the recommendation of National Education Policy 2020 in collaboration with National Council for Teacher Education, New Delhi. It's indeed a great pleasure to collaborate with the NCTE in order to pull out the best opinions and suggestions from various stakeholders, including teacher educators, teachers, and student teachers across. So on behalf of School of Education, Pondicherry University, I extend an heartfelt thanks to our beloved chief guest of today's event, Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Union Territory of Puducherry, and also the Chief Rector of Pondicherry University, who spent her valuable time with her busiest schedule by gracing the occasion. Madam, today we had the opportunity to hear your vision, the thought-provoking and interesting address, which is really inspiring and encouraging words to the future events to take place. Once again, thank you, Madam. On behalf of the School of Education and NCTE New Delhi, I am very much grateful to Professor Gurmeet Singh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, for his tireless effort and support towards this event. I also mentioned that the kind of a takeaway discussion points in the open house discussion was wonderful. I'm sure all your points will be taken into consideration. I need to mention my deep sense of appreciation towards the successful of the event in letter and spirit. Thank you once again, sir. See, this type of event cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts moving about 1 month ago. The event requires a thorough planning and execution. We have been fortunate to have NCTE, which was fully supported to organize this event offline. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic situation, we could not able to conduct offline. At the outset, I wholeheartedly thank Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, the chairperson, National Council for Teacher Education, New Delhi, for gracing the occasion in his busy schedule. Thank you once again, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to record an heartfelt thanks to Ms. Kesang Engsom Sherpa, the Member Secretary of National Council for Teacher Education, for the fullest support and guidance for organizing this event. Thank you once again, madam. I especially extend my heartfelt thanks to the Administrative Authority of Pondicherry University, the Director, the Registrar, the Finance Officer, and Deans and representative of various schools from Pondicherry University, my beloved colleagues from School of Education, principals of teacher education institutions, and officers and teachers from Department of School Education, District Institute of Education and Training, scholars and students for their overwhelming participation. So I wholeheartedly wish all the distinguished delegates and participants to have a wonderful session, and I request all of you to render your valuable suggestions and opinions to strengthen the National Professional Standard, a vision document of National Council for Teacher Education and the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Once again, I thank you one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All the very best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Uh, I can see our former Dean, School of Education, Professor M.S. Lalitama, who has been with us and who's always support to the School of Education and also closely associated with NCT. Madam, welcome to the meeting and also to the following discussions. Can I hand over the session to Dean School of Education, Professor K. Chelamani, so that we can plan? We have time because due to LG's busy schedule, we have preponed the program. So could we utilize this time for the discussions? Over to Dean School of Education.
Very good morning to everyone, and happy to see our mentor, Madam Lalita Professor, the first Dean of our School of Education. Happy to see you, ma'am. And I'm very happy to see all the participants on time to listen to the delegates' insights. Thank you so much. As per our plan, we have a tea break. I leave it to you just for 10 minutes. If you have relaxation, we come back. Now the time is 10:10. I believe the 10 minutes, 20, if we join, we can have our panel discussion. So we all will be, we have an NCTE presentation too, and we'll proceed as per the agenda we have attached to you. And just for 10 minutes, we can relax and come back. I request Dr. Srikala, again by 10:20, we join. Thank you so much. Just for
Thank you, madam.
10:20, we'll join back.
Okay.
Please, Dr. Srikala.
Yes. So now we have 10 minutes to join the technical session. I hope Sri Rishabh Khanna would be ready because it is preponed. Could I
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. He will be ready after 10 minutes, although he's joining shortly. Thank you.
Okay, we would start with the technical session. Please come back after 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please be here. Thank you.
I hope everybody has come back after the tea break of 10 minutes. We will have a technical session on NPST with Shri Rishabh Khanna. Now, let's wait for NCT to respond. Sir, welcome to the program. Hearty welcome to you. We are very happy to have you here and listen your take on the NEP and also the NPST. I actually, sorry, do not have much information on you to at least introduce you. So please introduce yourself, sir. We would like to know about you.
No problem. I think I'm not as important as NPST today, so we will skip my introduction and directly jump to NPST's introduction today. And I think that's what everybody's here for. You can consider me a part of the NCTE team, and we are all working here to make sure that NEP's vision and NPST's implementation is done in a way that we are able to create the best opportunities for teachers and invite the best talent to the teaching profession. So I think that's enough for my introduction. I would request permission of all the participants to share my screen and share a presentation and go ahead with today's session.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Just give me 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, sir.
Visible now?
Not yet.
Okay. Not?
Yes, now we can see.
Great. So, first of all, thank you so much for this wonderful program. I thank all the members of the organizing team and all the participants for being a part of this presentation. My today's presentation is majorly to talk about what is NPST, where is it coming from, why has it been developed, and what all differences can it make if implemented in the best way, if implemented in the right way in the country. So NPST comes out of NEP 2020 para 5.20, wherein NEP overall talks about bringing a holistic change to all kind of education systems in India. That's right from school education to higher education and then adult education. And NEP 2020 lays this specific focus saying that if we have to revolutionize our education systems, we have to bring teachers at the center of all reforms. We have to make sure that teachers are empowered. We have to make sure that teachers get the right opportunities and teachers have the right skills. Like how we would not want unqualified and unskilled surgeons to work on our bodies, on our health, on our children. We wouldn't want unskilled and unqualified teachers and teachers who are not that motivated, right? So to help create a system where everybody gets motivated to perform better, every teacher feels that they are in the system to grow and they're able to make the system grow with them, NPST, the idea of NPST was conceived and perceived. And this document, which has come out, under the chairmanship of Professor Chand Kiran Saluja ji and the entire team, which includes academicians, which includes education leaders from across the country. They worked really hard in bringing this out, and I've been given this opportunity to present this in front of everybody. So what NPST does specifically is looks at 3 core pillars of teacher's life cycle. So we're saying when somebody decides to become a teacher, they have to go through a pre-service training. But then training doesn't just end there. After they've done their pre-service training and they've joined the profession, there has to be a continuous professional development throughout the career life cycle. So NPST specifically focuses on both pre-service as well as in-service teacher education, that how do teachers self-evaluate, self-learn. Somebody wants to do self-directed learning, they should have a roadmap that I don't want to go somewhere to go to an agency, or I don't want to go and learn with somebody. I want to do myself. So here is a roadmap. Somebody says, I need extra support from my mentors. I need somebody external to come and help me. Here is a roadmap. So the entire learning and training journey has been identified under the document. Second most important part is that as a teacher, when I'm growing, what kind of support should I seek? And based on my competencies at my current stage of my career, what all should I be doing? So how a teacher requests and receives support in practice, that has been defined. And finally, the most important, which NEP 2020 clearly mentions, that we need to have a very clear career progression pathway for school teachers. And today the teachers have to move from being a PRT, then becoming a TGT, and then a PGT, and that's majorly the growth progression that is there. So imagine if a teacher has been teaching for a primary school or an early year school for almost 10-15 years, the only growth pathway for them becomes to move to a middle school. And that means that their expertise and their, the instinct that they've created in themselves about teaching those students, that age group of students, kind of has to be changed to a middle school teaching now, and then further growth would require them to go to a senior secondary school. So NPST and NEP says that let's transform this, and a teacher should be able to go through a career progression in whatever stage of the school they're teaching in. So if somebody's teaching in, let's say, as per the new system, it's 5 + 3 + 3 + 4. So if somebody's teaching in the first 5 years of school education in the foundational stage, they should be able to grow in the foundational stage up to 4 levels, and then maybe move to a management or leadership or administrative role directly without having the need to going to a middle school or a preparatory school or a secondary school. Similarly, if a teacher starts at secondary school, they still start at a particular stage and then they grow to the highest level. And what are these 4 levels that I'm talking about? Well, let's look at them. So when somebody starts, whether they start as a foundational stage teacher or whether they start as a secondary school teacher or a middle school teacher, they always start as a beginner teacher, a Pragami Shikshak. So a beginner teacher would have beginner teacher competencies, what they learn in their pre-service education, right? So pre-service education institutes, the colleges, the universities would be responsible that whatever competencies and skills NPST has defined for beginner teacher, they will have to deliver that in their courses. And only once somebody has developed all those competencies and they have been tested, they've been evaluated on those competencies, they have developed their skill portfolio, they have shown their competency, they will be called a beginner teacher. And then they will be able to join the profession. Now imagine this one teacher X, let's call the teacher as Rishabh. So Rishabh wants to join as a foundational stage teacher. And then there is another person, let's say her name is Nisha, and a third person whose name is Monica. So these are 3 people who want to join the teaching profession. Rishabh joined in foundational stage as a beginner teacher, Nisha joined in middle school as a beginner teacher, and Monica joined in secondary school as a beginner teacher. Now, all of them have just completed their B.Ed, joined as beginner teachers, and they are all working hard to become a proficient teacher in the same area of the school that they started in. So now Rishabh starts working on becoming a proficient teacher. So he goes through CPDs, he goes through, mentoring sessions with other mentors in the school, outside the school, keeps working, gets his classrooms observed, and moves from beginner teacher to proficient teacher in the foundational stage. Similarly, Nisha moves to proficient teacher in, the middle school, and Monica moves to a proficient teacher in the secondary school. And then all of them keep working to become lead teacher over the years. And once they are all lead teachers in their specific area of the school, they can move further by moving to a leadership role or an administrative role without having the need to shift from foundational to middle school or from middle school to secondary school to get their desired and required progress, right? Now, let's say somebody really wants by choice to move from one area of the school to the other. Let's say Rishabh decides that I want to move from foundational to preparatory stage. Well, there would be a provision that they can do a bridge course, learn the skills required, and whatever skill sets they have, from their earlier experience, which they can exhibit even for the mid or for the preparatory school, they would be mapped, and accordingly they would either join it as a proficient teacher, beginner teacher, or expert teacher based on the entire mapping of the skill set. So that's how the entire beginner teacher to lead teacher progression really works. Let's go ahead. So we're talking about all the teachers need to have these competencies for these different 4 stages. All these competencies under NPST document have been divided into 4 domains. Right. Now, these 4 domains are called core values and ethics. Well, I think this shouldn't be a surprise to everybody across the country that we want to keep our Indian ethos, our core values, our ethics. What really defines us as a country, as a nation, we have kept it as the core. Every teacher has to be very good at core values and ethics as the very base of the entire competency system. The second is professional knowledge and understanding, which is these are those theories. This is the pre-knowledge that somebody needs to have when they start even preparing for the teacher. Now, these skills will not directly or indirectly be exhibited when a teacher teaches in the classroom, but these skills will form the core, will form the very base of the entire skill set that the teacher needs to have. So these are professional knowledge and understanding. This is the base of what a teacher needs to have before they even think about teaching in the classroom. The third level is professional competence and practice. These are the skills which will be exhibited in the classroom. These will be the core skills that you can actually evaluate when somebody is working in the classroom, and you can actually visualize and say, okay, this is what is happening right now. And finally, the fourth and one of the most important is professional development and growth, which is that every teacher should be able to design and define and identify their development and growth targets, their needs, and then professionally grow over the years and work on their movement right from beginner teacher to a lead teacher on their own, with a mentor, with an expert. But they need to have the competencies to be able to evaluate themselves and identify how do we grow. So quickly taking a deep dive into all these 4 areas. So when we talk about core values and ethics, we are saying right from constitutional values to commitment to students, professional relationships that a teacher needs to have, ethics and values inside the school, outside the school, as a community, and commitment to the profession. All these things form core values and ethics of the teaching profession. And we as teachers need to develop them right from pre-service education. So, there will be many core values and ethics which will be learned right at the beginning, but their implementation or, how we are evolving them with our implementation of all of those core values over the years will be evaluated over the years, right? So a teacher will have to, of course, imbibe all of these core values and ethics right at the very beginning, but their implementation and their expansion of impact of these core values and ethics will be implemented over the 4 stages, will be evaluated over the 4 stages. And I missed ethical use of technology. And this is like a core today, the way we are imbibing technology in our everyday life. One of the core values and ethics that needs to be learned and taught is how do we use technology responsibly and ethically. We will be talking about technology in other domains as well, the skills that are required to use technology. But then this core values and ethics is the ethical use of technology and responsible use of technology. So that's the core of all the teacher skill set. We go to professional knowledge and understanding. The things that I said that you will not be able to directly visualize in the classroom, but this is something that a teacher really needs to have before they even enter the classroom. These would be things like understanding of curriculum structures, understanding those theories, those learning theories, child psychology structures that affect student learning on an everyday basis. Pedagogical knowledge, right? What are different kind of pedagogies? What is the research that has been done? How do we really measure learning, right? We all can measure distance, meters, kilometers. We can measure volume, centimeter cube, liters. How do you measure learning? Is there a way to say that somebody has learned 5 kgs or somebody has learned 5 kilometers? Not, right? But there is a pedagogical way of evaluating how much somebody has learned. So a teacher needs to have that knowledge about how do we look at pedagogical knowledge, and then understanding of the subject, and finally use of technology and integration in education. So we're talking about this core basic knowledge that somebody needs to have even before they start practicing. Then next comes professional competence in practice, which includes things that you can directly visualize in the classroom. These are learning plans, how the teacher's plan is going, how the entire class has been structured, how somebody's transitioning from one part of the class to the other part of the class, how the lesson delivery is being done, how a teacher is using assessment, and how the classroom communication and classroom components and dynamics are being managed. These are all very important because this is what actually a student experiences in the class, but professional knowledge and understanding is what gives us a base that we are able to use professional competence and practice more effectively. So that's the difference. And finally, as I was talking about professional development and growth, imagine if a teacher, right in the B.Ed, right in the pre-service education, was trained on how to identify their growth needs and their learning needs. Right in the pre-service education, they were taught what is reflection. How do you reflect on your own practices? How do you develop your reflective practice? How do you engage and participate in learning alone, self-directed, as well as with the learning communities? And then define what kind of a professional development need do I have? So imagine if somebody developed all these skills right from pre-service education, and when they joined as a beginner teacher in a school, they were actually able to map themselves across NPST, and they knew that my next target is to become a proficient teacher in all these areas, all these domains. I'm right now at this competency level. I have to move to the next competency level, and then this is my learning need. And then they start learning themselves, attending classes, attending CPD, learning with the mentors, going to Diksha platform, going to different platforms given by the government of India, and developing themselves on all those skill sets, right? So that's what professional development and growth is all about. Now, I've mentioned, major blocks about the domains, but then every domain has specific performance criteria for every single teacher stage. So we have 4 teacher stages: beginner teacher stage, proficient teacher stage, expert teacher stage, and lead teacher stage. And then there are these different domains. So let's put the domains on vertical and put the teacher stages on horizontal and identify the performance criteria. So the performance criteria would be looking something like this. I've picked up 2 examples. One, both of them are actually from professional competence and practice. So imagine if the domain is learning plans. One of the subdomains, under learning plans is that a teacher should be able to work on learning goals and outcomes using knowledge of students to support their learning. Now, when somebody is in the pre-service education, they would be able to learn the performance criteria. They would be able to, show evidences, clear, complete assessments on the performance criteria mentioned in beginner teacher. And once they've done that, not just for learning plans, but for all the different domains and subdomains, they have been assessed on that using competency-based assessments, they will be called a beginner teacher. Now, they've joined the school, they are using their beginner teacher competencies, but they know that their target, the next target has to be to become a proficient teacher. So the teacher looks at the NPST document and says, today I'm here at a beginner teacher level in learning plans. My next target is to become a proficient teacher. So in learning plans, am I already there, or do I need to do something to become a proficient teacher? And then the teacher starts working on it. Similarly, on assessment, similarly, on child psychology, similarly, on feedback management. So all of those different domains and subdomains, technology, right? Teacher starts evaluating where they are right now, and then they start moving to the next competency level. They can be evaluated, inside the school. They can be evaluated using external agencies. But then when they formally have to move from one competency stage to the next competency stage, there has to be a proper structured evaluation system. So how we do that is we evaluate the teacher career stage using competency-based assessments. Now, I request all of the participants to go and research about competency-based assessments, because NEP specifically talks about competency-based assessments to be used in different parts of education systems. So these competency-based assessments majorly mean that a teacher or an individual needs to showcase in their profession, in their practice, that they are competent to deliver, when we talk about teachers, to deliver a lesson at that particular competency. So competency-based assessments are a bit different from our normal, objective type paper pen tests. That could be a part of that entire assessment process, but it would require more evidences, more systems where, somebody is evaluating, somebody is giving a report, as simple as students of a particular teacher filling in a feedback form, parents filling in a feedback form could be a part of a competency-based assessment. It is not the entire competency-based assessment, but could be a part of that evaluation process. So to look at some of the examples of what all is included in competency-based assessments. So these are just some examples, a 360-degree feedback from students and parents, observation reports from peers and mentors, some self-assessment tools, assess CPD programs, and teacher presentations. So all of these things are examples of assessment tools and methodologies of competency-based assessment. So this is how the entire NPST document has been structured. There are 4 implementation documents that are being worked upon, which once we complete our open house discussions and once we have received input specifically on the standards, specifically on domains and on performance criteria, we would then share an implementation plan with different stakeholders. And one thing for sure, there is an entire range of activities, range of capacity building programs, range of implementation plans, which is being worked upon by the core NCTE team for a very smooth transition from the current systems to the new NPST systems that are being developed. And we are really awaiting for your inputs on the NPST document. And this is our country's first national professional standards for teachers. So we are all very excited, and I can see excitement on the participants' faces as well. So thank you so much for being a part of the presentation. And I would request you to please proceed with the professional discussion around that and share your input. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Rishabh Khanna. It was a very nice talk, because we were trying to understand, including our students. Everybody's trying to understand the document, 52 pages, struggling through the pages. So probably this has given in a very short time. We got the crux of what is inside. Very nice with the examples. Now, is it possible for us to give few minutes for the participants to ask you if they have any doubts, especially the student teachers?
Absolutely.
Yeah, please, you can have a few minutes. We can have a discussion. Let me check the chat box if somebody has asked. Anybody, any clarifications you require or suggestions or questions to Shri Rishabh Khanna?
Good morning, sir. This is Praveen. Very nice presentation, sir. We heard from you. I just wanted to know the core values and ethics. As far as teachers are concerned, we know what are the ethics and all. But core value is something, it is encompasses whole lot of things. If you can, just tell us few of them, how it can be, a value addition to a teacher.
So, first of all, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary, for the question. So core values and ethics, as you mentioned, is a range of values, right? Again, it varies from region to region. It varies from state to state in India specifically. And that is why what we've done is we've identified those major structures, and we have said, we've given examples on the side that, okay, these are some of the constitutional values, or constitutional values are common, but let's say these are some of the ethical structures, or these are some of the core values that anybody might want to pick up from. And then we've defined them, that how do they progress from beginner teacher to lead teacher. When it comes to implementation structures, when it comes to on-field working, states, specifically regions, diverse diverse population from different parts of the country would have their own ways of defining what would be their school-specific ethics and values that they want to develop. What is their state-specific ethics and values that they want every teacher in their state to have? So there will be some core, there will be some, let's say, variables, but then we would have the right to define those values and ethics with ourselves. Your question is also to share some of the examples. So just give me one moment. Let me quickly share my screen and give you an example from there. Just 1 second. Yeah. Can you guys see my screen?
No, sir, not yet. No, screen is not visible.
Not here?
No.
Please check if it's visible now.
Now it's
Yeah.
visible.
It's visible, sir.
Super. So you see, we have said constitutional values, which are the core, which will stay the same because constitutional values are the same. It's at the national level. Your question was majorly on professional ethics and core values. So we've said that here are the values like empathy, respect for others, friendliness, etiquette, courtesy, democratic spirit, right? Responsibility. And then we are saying that these are like professional ethics and values which have to be across all the levels. Now, we've given examples here, but then more can be added at a core of a state, at a core of a school level. A school might want to say, I want to add these extra. But then how does somebody progress from beginner teacher to lead teacher in their own area of practice, in their own region of practice, would be evaluated based on the standards. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. I'm Pragya from Pondicherry University. I had a question for you. I want to know if NPST takes into account the competencies of the existing teacher. Like we're already talking from beginners and so on and so forth. So does it take into account how we can test maybe the competency of teachers who've been working for some time now? And if it does, how it does?
Very good question, Pragya. Thank you so much. You see, as I mentioned right in the end of the presentation, there's a very clear transition pathway being created for all the teachers who are already in the profession. And of course, it's a very big change. We're talking about changing an entire system for almost 1 crore teachers of the country, right? So it cannot be done that one day we say, okay, now we are switching on or we are switching off the old system. It is going to be a transition period. So there'll be a transition where we will be sharing how somebody should be able to develop or identify what is their current stage, develop the evidences. You know, I mentioned specifically that there will be competency-based assessments. So competency-based assessments would mean that, various stakeholders of the education system also feel the same about your competency level that you feel about yourself. You know, it cannot be that I feel I'm a lead teacher, but when I go and talk to my principal or I talk to my students and my parents, they're like, what? You're not a lead teacher. You're more like a proficient or a beginner teacher because your skill set is not there. So once we start implementing, it will be this phase where we'll be sharing resources, we'll be sharing self-assessment tools, we'll be sharing various pathways for teachers to develop their evidences of competencies that they think that they are at, right? And then they would be able to apply to get them evaluated. And once they get them evaluated, they would be able to know that, okay, I am at this stage. So that would be a very smooth transition with the right capacity building, with the right, tools, with the right assessment methodologies. And once somebody is satisfied that, yes, I was trying to develop these evidences for myself, and I saw that I thought that I was here, but I'm actually not here, or I thought I was at a lower level, but oh my God, I'm at a higher level. That transition would be created, and there will be tools available. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. It was a great presentation, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Now, what are the parameters of these assessing these competencies?
So, ma'am, there's an entire performance criteria shared on in the document. So, when you see there are these domains and subdomains, which are the competencies, but then what are the performance criteria that a beginner teacher should show have been mentioned under the beginner teacher, what a proficient teacher should show have been mentioned under that. When you further take it and you want to evaluate yourself, or when let's say a school wants to help you in evaluating yourself, or you want to get evaluated by external agencies, all of those agencies will be sharing very clear rubrics for every single performance criteria, that whether you have reached that performance criteria or not, or whether you should go forward. So then there will be an entire implementation structure around that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Sir, you mentioned in your presentation regarding the structured infrastructure for assessment of competence. Sir, how we can go ahead with that? This is a very wonderful idea, sir. If you can throw some light on that, sir.
Sure, Mr. Chaudhary. So first of all, I would request everybody to not jump into it straight away, because we are right now in a phase where we have defined the standards. We'll be running a pilot with a couple thousand teachers across the country. We'll be evaluating what are the challenges that we face as a country, as various stakeholders. We'll be creating reports around those challenges, and then we'll be figuring out how we can, dissipate the document across the country. So as I mentioned, it will not be a switch on and a switch off process wherein tomorrow morning everybody, we are NPST. No, that will not happen like that. So once we've tested it, once we have, evaluated it, piloted it in different regions of the country, we've taken feedback. Like right now, we are inviting feedback on the standards, on the performance criteria, on how does the idea appeal to everybody, and does everybody want us to consider any other areas? Then once we have all these feedback, we've been receiving feedback from across the country. Very thankful for that indeed. And once this document gets finalized, then we go to implementation pilot. And then the learnings from that will be shared, of course, on the open portals, on the open panel. And therefore, after that, you'll be sharing that, okay, everybody can start using these tools. There's self-assessment tools to identify where they are. They can start going to Diksha platform to get some courses and identify what are the different stages, where is an individual on those stages, and then progress ahead. So it will be a transition and a smooth plan of action for that teachers will be able to do.
Professor
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Professor Lalitamma, please. You can ask yours.
I'm Professor Lalita. I was associated with teacher competencies for a long time, and also with the NCT and all that. Yeah, and also I'm very happy to be associated with School of Education and congratulate them for that great effort. I have not been able to go through the document thoroughly this morning. I had it with me, but I'll apply my mind and send my comments to you later. But just casually, certain major observations that I have been able to make. One is on page 41, you got standard 4 professional development and growth. So there, you have categorically marked beginning teacher, expert teacher. Beginning teacher should seek and apply feedback from supervisors and teachers to improve teaching. And when an expert teacher comes, expert teacher will be able to reflect on own teaching. This reflection on teaching should be the very beginning exercise only. That reflection and reflective learning should form part and parcel of the whole the professional development program. It has to be built into the whole process, not earmarked for professional teacher and not for beginning teacher. It only listen to your supervisor. Please look into that part. And another thing on the next page, I'm just casually picking up certain things, sir. I can go back to it again. Regarding the 43 page, next page, you have said participate in professional development activities. See, participation cannot be taken as a competency. So it should be looked into. I will not discuss much on this. It will take away participants' time. So these are some of the things which you should look into. And so it cannot be a professional standard. And another thing that I casually observe is, see, we have not focused much on the practice teaching component. In practice teaching component, when they go to the expert teacher or a teacher in a school, they are called what they call as mentor teachers. We used to use cooperative teachers. So our practice teaching cannot be on campus. It has to get linked with the school-based training. So mentor teachers. So I think mentoring a trainee also should be an important thing. That a lot of work has been done abroad, and that one I have to look into. And the last point which I would like to examine is, see, particularly with the practice teaching program, I think you know it. I'm just raising it for your consumption. That the use of technology has been so great that HIIT, that human loop technology, that kind of thing is there, where technology and human interaction is built in, so that the trainees are given multiple opportunities to practice in various contexts. So it is what opportunities that we give in practice teaching is only limited context, and they are not being exposed to all. So we should provide for reflection, no doubt, but that reflection will be limited only to the context that we are exposing. So if you are going to give opportunity for multiple contexts, they are using technology. I'm not saying we could afford that, but that because of now we are all going for online kind of teaching. So this could be an important input that can be brought in, where they could, I don't want to use their terminology. We have got our own brains to think our own ways that is applicable to our context. But such efforts are being made that classroom contexts are being simulated, on which the trainees are able to reflect and adapt themselves. Whether it will work or not, that's something to be looked into. That's also a trend that's going on. People are going from peer teaching to real to peer, and then use of technology. We are still groping in the dark with practice teaching component. This is something that you may have to look into, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, it's a pleasure to talk to you. It's very rare you come across somebody who has that width and that bandwidth of knowledge, wherein you started right from the competencies and you took us to simulation-based teaching practices. And, I've personally researched a lot on that. I'm a technology person and a cognitive scientist who works on how the brain learns very fast. And I've been really working on simulation-based teacher training for almost 3-4 years now. And as you mentioned, it's not a cheap solution. It comes at a cost, because somebody really needs to be sitting on the other side to simulate and act on behalf of those 20 students or those 5 students. But then thank you so much for sharing the feedback. All points well noted, and I assure you that we'll consider all of them.
Thank you, madam.
Good morning, sir. I am Sister Philomene Mary. First of all, I would like to appreciate your simplicity in not sparing time to introduce yourself as a cognitive engineer. Coming to the subject, NPST focuses on performance improvement of all teachers. Therefore, it is individual as well as institutional responsibility.
Absolutely.
Sir, can you throw some insight on performance improvement of all teachers and about ways and means?
Sure, sister. Thank you so much for the question. And absolutely, the entire professional standards are designed and defined for continuous improvement of teachers. And when teachers improve, the institutions improve automatically, right? Teachers, at the end of the day, are the core of any educational institution. So what the NPST document has done is provided a guiding document that when somebody starts as a teacher, and when they are practicing and continuously growing, what should be their magnetic compass that can direct them that, okay, now move right, now move left, now go straight. So that's basically what the NPST document is saying, that how do you define as an individual, what are your individual learning needs? And then as you grow to an expert teacher and a lead teacher, how do you help other beginner teachers and proficient teachers in identifying their own performance improvement areas and their own learning needs? So it has been structured in a way that as a whole, the system grows together and every teacher really continuously improves even while practicing in the classroom. So imagine when we say that as a teacher, we have to move from beginner teacher to proficient teacher, and in competency-based assessment, we have to submit the evidences of our competencies that we have, that we have practiced in the classroom. As a teacher, now every time I'm in the classroom and practicing, in my mind, I have to keep all those competencies in my mind. And when I'm practicing, I'm collecting those evidences. So that entire practice in the classroom is also my self-improvement journey. So that's how it has been structured. So I hope I was able to answer your question. That's how the performance management and improvement has been defined under NPST.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Sir, I'm Dr. Hemlita from Ajim Premji University, and we have 4-year integrated BSc B.Ed course. And our students, when they go for induction into teaching in the 7th semester, and they've been exposed to university-based mentor, school-based mentor, and then cooperative teacher, and then they'll be writing reflective children on everyday basis.
Right.
And then finally, they are expected to write 3,000 words of reflective essay on this. And most of the things we have already been implementing in our universities.
I think across the country, we all know the contribution that Azim Premji University has done to education system. So we thank you for your service. And
the first batch of 4-year integrated students are completing their course by June.
Wonderful, wonderful. We'd love to meet some of the students and even
please do, sir. Please do. They've been doing really good.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Even I would like to say, sir, all my students, right, from my teaching, my classroom is only reflective practice. And you can ask my students, they have reflections in action and on action. And throughout, even in online internship, we have reflective practice where both the B.Ed students, teachers, as well as the M.Ed students, both of them had. And their reflections, as you said, evidences are always there. And based on the evidences, they assess and I assess. So that internship is everyday assessment of both the learner as well as the teacher. That's what we have been practicing. And I'm very happy to get more input from you in your presentation.
Yes, yes.
And I'm sure you would have really felt very happy looking at the document that if we could implement it across the country, this would really
happen.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are working very hard on this. NCT team is working, as we say in our Indian context, they are burning the midnight oil to make sure that this becomes successful.
We understand, sir. Right. And my kind request is that has to be understood by each and every faculty of our country. And it has to be made mandatory.
We are working towards that.
That is a kind request.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for that reflection. Thank you, sir, for all the answers and enlightening us. Any more questions, or shall we close this session and go ahead with the panel discussion? Any more questions? This is an opportunity. We have got people who are directly working on the document, which is we are fortunate to get them here and to things from the horse mouth. Yes, please, Ilayaraja sir from Physical Education Department. Can you unmute yourself, sir? Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Khanna sir, for your wonderful presentation. The only doubt from my aspect is actually whether this NPST focused only on teacher education, that means B.Ed, M.Ed programs, or physical education and teacher education also.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for the question. This is for every single teacher of every single subject across the country. All school teachers. Specifically, physical education and arts education, is a very big part of the entire NEP document. So how do we integrate it as one of the main subjects? That was my daughter in the background. Sorry for that. She was pulling out a book from the library. So physical education, art education, different subject teachers, everything is a part of this. And if you will see, the document is not focused on any particular subject. The subject matter knowledge is just one domain, and there are competencies around that for beginner teacher to lead teacher. Every other competency is subject agnostic and stage agnostic. What it really means is that all teachers will develop all these skills, and the skills have been defined in a way that everybody can develop them. So that's the thing, and physical education is a very core part of sports integrated education, as we call it in under NEP. It's a very important part, and it has to be developed in sync with NPST. Sir.
No, why I raise this question actually, there should be a basic understanding between physical education and sports. A lot of people are thinking that physical education means playing sports.
Yeah, it's not.
That's what, when we do this kind of NPST for teachers in physical education, we have to consider all those factors also.
Absolutely. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Lalitha, madam, you want to add something?
Just one is information seeking, whether NCT is working on preparing tools for assessment of these competencies, because the moment you start working on it, these competencies themselves get refined, whether they are meaningful or not. That's one thing. And second thing I wanted to share was in continuation of what I just said. Ledger is somehow, in Australia and again in US universities, they're using what is called as avatars as personalities simulate. I think you must be aware of that. So that is technology-based simulation with human interaction, where I think you know that HITL. This is something which you may have to take things forward. And the last point I want to say is NCT itself has worked on identifying teacher competencies. I was associated with the committee, at the elementary level. So those documents, if they're accessible to you, you may handle it. Otherwise, if you want me to share it, I can share it with you. So work has already been done by NCT in 90s, with which I was associated.
Right.
Thank you.
I mean, it would be great if you could share the documents, because, as a committee member, of course, but as a learner, I would really love to go through them and learn from them at an individual level as well. And then share it from my personal perspective with the entire committee, and take it ahead. And absolutely, ma'am, avatars, as you mentioned, that's used. That's becoming popular, but then again, as you mentioned earlier, it involves a big cost, because while in the front, we might see 5 or 6 avatars or 7 avatars of student and teachers entering, but actually there's a performance artist behind those 7 students. And that performance artist has to basically simulate behavior of those 4. Of course, there is technology support. Of course, there's a lot of things. But then what it does is it increases the cost. And I don't have to tell this to you, you know it already.
No.
It's just that...
the best thing, as Dr. Chalamani said, ultimately it is the reflection of the teacher. We give all information. That the extent to which the teacher can reflect, to that extent only he can change. Absolutely. Not the level in which you want him to change. So it's a reflection from understanding and modification behavior. Absolutely. That should get connected.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for that reflection. Shri Rishabh Khanna, can we close the session? I also would like to, I Googled you out because maybe the participants would like to know about you, especially your articles. I would just read out what he's been doing. He's a cognitive scientist who has been revolutionizing educational practices. This is from Facebook for over 10 years. Now he's solving a key issue in education. Probably if you click on this, you would know more about his work. The lack of quality teachers, education systems. He's with the edtech startup Surasa. I hope it is you.
So what is his name in Facebook, ma'am?
Rishabh Khanna.
Same name.
You can Google out. And some of his articles, pedagogical skills in teacher education, very nice. How COVID-19 has changed the way teachers work. Rishabh Khanna, Teachers versus National Education Policy 2020. Probably we'll get a review of NEP 2020 reading this. Teachers education, the real need of Indian education system. There are much more. Just to give you an idea of what, sir, probably people would like to read. Yeah, I have seen this EdTech startup in NCT's document. In the first page, it is there. Yeah. So thanks a lot, sir, for that. This was a wonderful session. I think all the participants have got an idea about NPST. This would help us to go ahead with the open discussion today. And thanks to all of you who have given good points, the deans, present dean, former dean, other teachers who participated. We'll close the session and we would start with the panel discussion. School of Education, on behalf of School of Education, we thank Sri Rishabh Khanna, the cognitive scientist, for the technical session. Thank you, sir.
Sir, one point, sir. I'm a neurocognitive scientist working on teaching and learning. I would like to have interactions future for all my scholars.
Absolutely.
I like to.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, sir.
You kindled light in us to ponder over these documents again and again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good orientation, sir.
Yeah. You motivated us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for the lively presentation, sir. Yes. We got involved. Thank you.
So he has touched our heart.
That's nice. That's nice from you, Madam.
Emotive cognition, sir.
Okay.
Some people touch the heart, mind, but he has touched our heart.
And the brain.
Yeah.
They say the learning, I don't know whether I'm right, they say the learning from the brain, to begin with the heart is much more easier than the brain, it seems, because the flow from heart to brain is much more easier, is what they say. It was a nice reflection on Sri Rishabh. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, can we go ahead with the panel discussion? I hope the panel discussion members are ready to discuss generally on the SPS and NPST framework. I invite Professor Mumtaz Begum, Professor, School of Education, the moderator of this program. Madam, can we have you here? And then, yes, Madam is here. She is the moderator of this panel discussion, today's panel discussion. I will introduce the other members of the panel. We have Dr. Krishna Prasad, Principal, PKKCE, Karikal, Sri Venkata Krishnan, Principal in Charge, Kendriya Vidyalaya 2, Pondicherry University, because it's KV in our campus. Mr. Ramchandran, Principal, Navodaya Vidyalaya, Puducherry. Mr. P. Charles Paul, Diet, Pondicherry. Mr. Gunashegaran, V. TGT, TVGHS, Kadirgama. I hope all of you are here. Could we see you in the camera? If all of you are here, it would be nice if you come onto the camera. So that the discussion would be good if all the participants could see you. Yes, I can see Krishna Prasad, Dr. Krishna Prasad. Yes, he's there. Madam is here. Sri Venkata Krishnan, Principal KV, RKV. Gopi AK. Is that you, sir? Venkata Krishnan? Sri Venkata Krishnan, sir? Yes. Ramchandran, Principal of Navodaya Vidyalaya. Yes. Rajashri has raised the hand. I think she's...
Yes, I am there.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sir is there. Charles Paul, Mr. Charles Paul.
I am here, madam.
Sir, you are there?
Here.
Yeah, he's there. Mr. Gunashegaran, TGT. Sir, are you there? Okay, he's also there. So over to Mumtaz Madam. Madam, please go ahead.
So good morning, everybody. It's indeed a great pleasure to be the moderator of this panel discussion on NPST, which was very well inaugurated by our Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan Madam. And it is an opportunity for for the School of Education to go with who has preferred NPST, that is on 17th November.
I request all the other participants to mute.
Honorable Member Secretary of the NCT, Madam Kesang Y. Sherpa, and in the document, which runs up to 48 pages, from page 1 to 48, and the remaining 2 pages are given for references, which I have it in my hand, which I am reading it out, because this is going to be our Bible, Gita, Quran, or whatnot, Adi Granth Sahib, any valuable document for us. That is going to lead all the teachers of the country. That is going to be in future the permanent, I should say, from now on, because they left it for 30 days for public notice, and they were been asking for any suggestions and for anything to be done on it. That's really a draft even now. After 30 days, NCT have gone in service of all the institutions, especially with the central universities, and now is our turn from the Pondicherry Central University School of Education, having been given the very great job of conducting this national open discussion. When I am to just talk about this document, I was going through it word by word, because my previous speakers, all of them have said that without touching upon that document. It's a draft, but still we'll have to go in. Though they have not touched upon, especially my senior colleague, Professor Laltam also, she was talking about competency-based teaching, and Mr. Ishak Khanna also was talking about reflective practices. All are given in this document. The NPST document, that's a draft document, but still it's going to become a framework document for the country to follow. It's been given in a very vivid, very clarified manner, which I'm expecting every teacher, not only the teacher educator, every teacher, either at pre-service or in service, please go through it. It is there in our hands to help us how to improve ourselves, how to become competent teachers, how to cross the efficiency bar. That is what is competency. When we have to say teaching, it is competency. And if it is in terms of non-teaching, they call it as efficiency. Unless and otherwise they cross that efficiency bar, they will not get any monetary benefit. But we teachers, the selfless teachers, we are not only for monetary benefit. Don't ask me, are you not for money? Yes, I am for a salaried profession, but still wedded to the profession. Involvement to the profession and involving to the highest cadre. It's not that, usually they speak selfless service and keep yourself aside and you be serving to the country. So this should be practiced by every teacher, because we are all reflective teacher practitioners. When I am calling myself as a role model, I will not be calling myself unless I become really the practitioner. When the program has to start by 9:30, the call was by 9:20, I was there in the link by 9:15. So it's like every minute we have to involve ourselves totally. Unless and otherwise we become the involved teachers, the teacher practitioners, we will not be in a position to give to our younger generation whatever we wanted by means of this NPST, National Professional Standards for Teachers. And they have given 4 standards also. At the end of it, they have given 2 examples. One pre-service teacher, Ms. Preeti, and one in-service teacher, Mr. Pinto. So how they are behaving. Like when Preeti wants to become a teacher, what are her requirements? When Mr. Pinto is already a teacher working in the profession, what are his milestones to be crossed to become an efficient teacher? So he is having an involved dialogue with his principal, and he is trying to improve himself. So improving is the better process. That's what today I had one quote from Mr. Chetan Bhagat, which says that try to improve yourself, be so busy improving yourself that you have no time to to criticize others or do anything else other than improving yourself. This is by the great person, Mr. Chetan Bhagat. So, which I am a practitioner of that saying, and I would like to go in for these 4 things. Later on, I leave the platform to my rest of the speakers. Let them give their own ideas, because each one is a reflective practitioner in their own field. One is from Kendriya Vidyalaya, one is from a government college of education, one is from Navodaya Vidyalaya, one is from a diet, which is again practicing, portal for all in-service teachers at the secondary level. So like that, the panel is judiciously planned. That it incorporates a member like me plus other members also. We are going to devote the entire time, whatever is allotted by the organizers, maybe for an hour or so, and we will explain what is required of a competent teacher, what is required of this NPST, National Professional Standards for Teachers. They do not say that is for the teacher educator or for the physical education teacher or for the chemistry teacher or for any other teacher. It's for the teachers, one who is involved in teaching, one who is involved right from Montessori training till the tertiary level of teaching, whatever may be your field of teaching, but try to have your fullest involvement. That is what is expected by means of this NPST. NCT, of course, is the professional body that is involved to make this draft, but it is given for all teachers, not only for the teacher educators or for any special educators, or anything of that kind. It's for all teachers of the country and at all levels. So when I am to read this, they have, in the foreword, they have given understanding teaching as a profession. So you're all professionals. All of us are professionals involved. As I said in the beginning, we are wedded to the profession. For us, profession is the first and rest and all are the least. That's how we'll have to serve for the student community. And it gives evolving roles of a teacher. So evolving is something for pre-service, the budding teachers, how to become a teacher, how to become a better teacher, a teacher of tomorrow, a teacher for the future citizens. Because after all, the entire nation or the entire universe is in our hands, where we try to prepare the future citizens of the country. And it again says, challenges faced by the teachers today. We have a lot of challenges, of course. Anything is without a challenge, it's just like a flat sea, I should say, without any tides. Swim across the sea, cross across the tides, and go to your destination, whatever you have in your life. The destination ultimately to be recognized by the whole universe, by the whole globe. We are all universal teachers. When we celebrate September 5th as the Teachers' Day, we also celebrate October 5th as the Universal Teachers' Day. So all of us teachers have to take this, as I said in the beginning, it's our entire document or monument upon which we'll have to build up. Whether we are already built up, yes, we are going to build up still further, update ourselves in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, till the end of your, from cradle to, your deathbed. That's what I should say. And I was listing out 1, 2, 3, 4 in the index column. The first one I read out is evolving roles of the teacher. The second one, they said, it is actually talking on FDP or becoming the teacher, faculty development program for the teacher. It is the career development. Exactly the word they have used is career profession. We are all involving in our development. And they also talk about the core values and ethics. So living the values and ethics, one cannot be deemed to be a professional. Ethical concern is more important rather to become a teacher. So somebody was saying from brain to heart. Yes, first start from your heart and then to brain and then to your hand. All the three have to be united. Head, heart and brain, hand. You will have to just practice finally with your utmost emotional touch also. The ethical concern is more with your emotional touch. Unless and otherwise you understand your learner, how can you become a better teacher? You are called as a teacher when there is at least one single student who have understood you properly. When you are communicating to all the entire student community properly. When you are meaningful to the entire student community. That's what the terms, I should say. It is core values and ethics. And they again call, the end of it is practice and competence. So become a competent teacher by becoming a practitioner. If not earlier, try to become a practitioner now. I'm saying this to the budding teacher. I'm also to talk to you about the professional knowledge and understanding. Because after all, just doing with the methodology, that will not work out. That is what the National Policy of Education has given us a way out by means of its ABC platform. It's the academic bank of credits. Try to have your updated knowledge, current affairs. Don't be a teacher of science only. Be a teacher, an inclusive teacher of all subjects. Try to be an updated professional, not that stagnant professional. Oh, yeah, I got my BA degree long back, say in the year 82. That will not work out now. We have included a lot in the BEd curriculum. We are going to do much more towards the, whatever teacher professional curriculum with the auspices of NCT. That's what is the yeoman service they are doing. So I'm just putting forth before you all the entire document that's been given very, wonderfully designed with all demonstrations and pictorial illustrations also. It says that the teacher at the primary, the Pramukta Siksha and the tertiary level teacher, whoever it may be, try to go ahead with your practicing skill, involve yourself totally, try to pick up your skill along with the learner. Not that you are standing aloof or alone and then, you make your student do something. So my teaching should go along with my learners' involvement, learners' competency, learners picking up the knowledge, learners picking up the skill, whatnot. Teaching is after all a skill, a noble skill that is to be practiced. Now I'm just giving way to my other panelists. It's like afterwards, if there is time permits, I'll come in the second round also, where we will try to cognize all our ideas and give it to the team so that it can be posted to the NCTE. The draft, NPST can be made into a framework that is to be followed. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity of being a moderator in the beginning. Thank you. I'm calling forth Dr. Krishna Prasad, the principal of Karaikal Government College of Education, Perindalaivar College.
Good morning,
Yes.
madam. Good morning. Are you able to hear me? Yes.
Yes,
Madam,
sir.
are you-
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Please go ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
Madam, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me as a panel member. First of all, I will thank the LG of Puducherry government to give her speech on on her reflections, and also the Vice Chancellor and the Dean School of Education and the faculty members and my colleagues in the university and NCTA officials. And as a teaching faculty in the teacher education institutions for the past 20 years and being a principal, I just want to reflect myself on how the teaching is going on in the colleges of education and whether we are meeting towards the professional standards. So like even the speaker, Rishabh Khanna, has talked about the 4 areas like core values, ethics, professional knowledge, understanding, competencies and practices, and development and growth. So all these parts are included in the curriculum as such in the teacher education. So NPST talks about the professional development of the teacher irrespective of the area of specialization. But being a teacher educator, I will give emphasis only on the teacher education. So we are giving all these things as a part of our designed curriculum since 1997, the inception of NCTA, which has taken care of the needs of the teacher education. So 2014 regulation also through NCFTA try to incorporate some of the professionalism which they want to bring into the teacher education. So the last two chapters of every pedagogy subject is talking about the professional development and then the requirement for the 21st century and the reflective technology. But there is a gap between the theory and then practice. So this is because the teachers who are there as a part of teacher educators and the teacher education colleges are not being trained properly, and many of them have acquired the degrees, but for the sake of degrees, the acquisition of the degrees, again, like Madam also told, Professor Lalitama has also told about acquisition, participation. These are all not going to become a measurement of the yardstick in the professional standards. So I want to take care of this NPST to take care of how are you going to measure the professionalism in terms of pre-service and in-service training programs. And then we are moving upon from the teacher-centered techniques to the constructivistic technology and cognitive science, and how the child is going to acquire the knowledge and how the child is going to construct the knowledge rather. So the teachers have to be sufficiently given practice to meet these demands. So first of all, in the faculty development programs which are organized as a part of the CAS, even the teacher educators and who are attending the UGC programs, they are attending like as a mandatory to acquire the CAS. So therefore, instead of making this as a mandatory or as a requirement to get their pay scales from one level to another level, whether what is their requirement is also have to be taken care of. And then how to then professional development growth. When you are talking about these areas, we are talking about the motivation, inspiration of learners and planning, technology, etc., also have to be taken care of. Okay, so then there is a gap between the skilled learning and skill implementation. So the skill we are giving in terms of micro teaching skills, in terms of lesson planning, etc., we are all giving the training. And whenever we used to attend the UGC programs in the refresher course, etc., the teachers from other faculty members also used to come. And being a teacher who is trained in micro teaching skills at the level of B.Ed and implementing throughout the career, we were always ahead when compared with the teachers of the other subjects. So therefore, these kind of the gaps that are there existing in between the skill development, in skill learning and skill implementations have to be taken care of when we are talking about the professionalism and professional measurement or assessment and evaluation. And training with the technology. Was the 21st century, we are in need of the most of technology. Though all the teacher education institutions are equipped with the technology, and because of the mushrooming of the teacher education institutions, because of mushrooming of the teacher other colleges in various areas, the profession has lost in its spirit, and they are not able to do as a profession. So teaching as a profession, teaching as a service, we have to take into consideration, and which is a part of a very, very important point, which is emphasized in first area, like core values and ethics. So building the core values and ethics as a part of the new education policy is a great emphasis that is given, and which is giving more importance for the teacher. So teacher as a professional teacher practicing the ethical values. So I remember when I visited during 1997 Aga Khan University of Karachi as a visiting teacher. So first time I have learned reflective technology, reflection. So I learned it, how to reflect myself. This is way back in 1997. Today we are talking about reflection and how to reflect ourselves and how to take care of this reflection. And once you reflect yourself, how are you going to make the necessary changes? These have to be practiced. Actually, when we are going to observe the students, when they are going for the teaching practice, we are observing and we are giving them the feedback. So the same kind of feedback, they have to get it from themselves. That is self-evaluation. So I feel this document is talking about a lot, and the curriculum is also made in such a way. Earlier 2014 regulations for 14 curriculum framework also made all these things incorporated, but there is a gap that is there between the implementation and the practice. So it is being implemented, but it is not being practiced. So what are all the ways in which we have to practice? There is a requirement of immediate requirement for the teachers to be trained, and uh, uh, immediately there is a requirement. And one more thing is, now also we feel many teachers are doing, and it is at the level of the individualistic, but not at the level of the institution. So the institution should grow, the individual should grow. So individual should grow, then institution will grow. So they are both the sides of the coin. So how the individual is able to grow professionally. So not only by, so after 20 years, and we are seeing the teachers who have not been given the career advancement schemes, which are not being implemented, salary structure, like even the speaker Rishabh Khanna is also talking about the one of the in the document, the salary growth, salary structures, etc., etc. So there are certain demotivating factors which are affecting the teachers to not to follow these practices. So when we come to the service, teaching as a profession, teaching as a service, we have to keep all these things as a part of it. And when you are measuring as a yardstick of these kind of skills, we have to be very, very humanistic in our approach. So I think as a teaching, and then the document also talks about the enhancing the teacher quality. So quality versus quantity. So we are getting number of institutions on the records of NCT. We can see around 20,000 colleges are there, but we are not able to produce the the good quality teachers. So how many of the teachers are able to pass the CTET examination? So this shows that there is some gap there between the requirement, the skills required for a teacher and acquisition of the degrees. So I think this document will help us to meet the sustainable goals, development goals for our country, and then the necessary required skills through professionalism. We may be able to reach our goals. And then as a teacher educator, what are all the challenges that we are going to face? The technology is a great challenge. So like Mumtaz madam said, we are trained during 80s and 90s as a BA trainee teacher. But today we have equipped these skills through some other means, maybe through refresher courses, maybe through individual approaches, individual interests, etc., etc. But this has to be developed among the students to make themselves as a professional. We have to inbuild the kind of instinct. Instinct should be developed among the students or pre-service, and also the in-service teachers should also have that kind of instinct. Not like when you talk about rewards and awards, etc., etc. It is not for the reward or award. It is for the development of the individual, professional development. What is the justification that I am doing for my profession? So if we are able to do it, I think this is a great document, and I think we'll be able to reach the goals. And one more thing is the licensing of the institutions. The licensing of the institutions at the affiliation, at the recognition is also bringing some kind of haphazard in building the institutions. Okay, especially in terms of teaching faculty, being a government institution, the faculty recruitment and etc. etc. are also being a very difficult task, because the governments are not able to recruit the faculty in time. Then ultimately the total teaching is going to be hampered. So the goals we are unable to reach because of the gap that is there between the number of working hours by the teacher and the amount of inputs that they have to give. And as such, at present, the teacher curriculum is having a skill-oriented program. Okay, in in 2014, we have seen EPC papers, enhancing professional capabilities. So that is in spirit, it is not implemented. If it is there in spirit implemented and the curriculum is made very good, but the practitioners have not able to meet the requirement of the these kind of things, and being all these papers as the internal papers, and people are unable to make use of these things, and hence we are not able to meet the requirement of the professional development. So I think some more research or some kind of inputs may require to meet the challenges faced by the teachers today, and we need to update our technology. And there is a large gap between the urban and rural teaching institutions and accreditation process, etc., etc. So these all have to be addressed to make the teacher education as a professional body. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Dr. Krishna Prasad. May I invite Mr. Venkata, Principal in charge of the KV2 PU campus, to have a deliberation?
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
Good morning, all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And also, I thank Vice Chancellor and also Dean of Education for giving me this opportunity. So, basically, I am a teacher, so I cannot talk much. I am a principal in charge now, but I want to focus some of the points what I come across in the new education policy. As the Honorable Vice Chancellor was telling, in the new education policy, actually, it's a very good idea that in the beginning, the education should be in the regional language. Students really enjoy learning in regional language. And even most of us had our primary education regional languages. And then we switch over to that English, through English. But my question now is, if it is through regional language, up to what class? After that, from regional language, if they switch over to that other medium, can they cope up in this situation? So though that new education policy is saying that it is a welcome idea that it should be in regional language. If it is started in regional language, yes, then up to what time, up to which class they will have all this in regional language, then when they will go to learn in the other subject. That is one thing. Second thing, more as all I took from our Vice Chancellor's address only. Second thing, what I want to say is that we always say what we teach, how we teach. Now the question comes in new education policy also, why we teach? The student has a doubt, why should I learn? So what you teach, okay, how we teach, okay, I make them to learn. The question in my students' mind, in my 30 years of service, my children are asking, why should I learn this? So another problem, though it is maybe out of box, but I will be telling, the students are asking, why should I? So the new education policy says that whatever subject you want to take, you can take. practically is it possible? If child wants to take physics and then psychology, he doesn't want mathematics, still we are not giving the chance. So is it possible? That is one thing. And then the child asks, why should I learn this subject? Okay, we are convincing why you are learning this physics, what way it is going to help you in higher studies. So why we teach should be given more emphasis. Then third one, we say that you enroll, exist and come back. So my student who went to Pondicherry University and then studied something, and then when he go for any interview, they are asking why there is a gap. Why you switched over from this particular subject to this particular subject? And his friends got settled. Since he has a gap, he is not getting a job anywhere. So it should be. So it should be in all type of educators that the student has a privilege to enroll, exist, and take back some other subject. That is one more thing. The third thing, we tell about all. Even if I tell my children that engineering and medicine are not the only chances, there are many avenues. The parents are not getting convinced. And next one, even if the child does, now there is another thing. There was an article in Hindu paper also last week that a child want to do his MBA, this 5-year degree program. After that, the child want to do PhD. When the child finishes that 5-year degree, after that, when he go for some PhD, what happened? His friends are already in job. Now the child is now 24 to 25 years, up to 28 or 29 or 30, he has to do his PhD. Now my question is, the stipend which the government is, Indian government, comparing to other countries like China and other countries, the stipend which is given for these PhD children are very, very less. So the child at the age of 25 to 30, he cannot still depend upon the parent. His friends are already in job, they are earning. But the child really want to do something research. So the government should give some stipend, a better stipend to all the children, those who are really deserving. That is one of the things. So again, I'm coming back to my points, 1 or 2 points, whether it is relevant to this or not. Another thing, I'm coming to this one. Even I'll tell, if you don't, you may not be agreeing. This new education policy itself is a old wine in a new bottle. The thing is that I'm there for last 30 years. I was a beginner teacher. I was a proficient teacher. I become an expert teacher. Now I am a lead teacher. I am still a teacher, but I am training postgraduate teachers from all over India as a physics teacher. I'm giving, enough training we are getting from Kendriya Vidyalaya. So I started from a rural place. Now I am very good in physics. I am confident. KVS has given me all training, and I could train PGTs from other cities also. So already this is there. Beginner teacher, I started as a beginner teacher. I became a proficient teacher. I became an expert teacher. I'm a lead teacher now. So it is all already there. So that is one thing. So I'm coming back again. So actually 1 or 2 points only I'm covering. So again, I'm coming back to first, second, third question. It's a good idea that that learning should takes place from languages up to what class? After that class, will they be very good in English? Suddenly can they cope up? We coped up. Today's system, will it allow the child to cope up and go for higher studies? First thing. Second thing, as we were telling, so really, another thing I'm coming back. Teacher can never be replaced by technology. We know the problems of online. Whatever technology comes, the real learning comes when the teacher goes in between the student and teaches. So I take something from the lab, demonstrate and teach. That will never substitute your online teaching and all your PPTs. What I feel in my 35 years of service, what I have seen. I take my, any subject you can take, even you are an art teacher, take some chart. With the chart you explain, that will be better than your PPT. We taught with the PPT. Wow. So the student learn. And as you told now, you go from the heart to mind. So make the child convinced that this is the purpose of your learning. Once he's got heart, get convinced, he can learn any subject. So, again coming back. So first one, language means up to which, if he learn from regional language, up to what. Second, as I told now, so when they come out, So that job opportunity, that I'm not going to the town. If I'm given another chance, I'll be coming back. So my thing is that, so already we are beginner teacher, proficient teacher, expert teacher, lead teacher, and we are given enough training. So that is no this one. So again I say that the student should be given opportunity to have his subjects of his own. Is not given practically, it should be given, and then enroll, exist, and come back. Should be really practically should be implemented. And then okay, other things I agree. Education is for this one. Learn to live, that is very good. Educating to empower, all that I agree. So some people can throw something on this. Thank you all. Thank you for giving the opportunity. I may be out of this one, but still I thought I have some points to share with you. So I shared. So again I'm repeating, students should be given. So the parent should be convinced that not only engineering and medicine, there are many avenues. You can do PG, and then you can go for PhD, and the stipend should be given to all the students, so that they really do research, and India can lead. That is what I want to say. Thanks for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, Venkat sir. It was a wonderful presentation, I should say, as a practicing teacher. Yeah. Now, can I invite Mr. Ramachandran, principal of Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, to have his presentation here. Let's hear from another practicing teacher. I leave the platform now. To Mr. Ramachandran. Sir is not there. Dr. Shikala, Navodaya Vidyalaya principal is not there. It's all time consuming, no? Can I invite Mr. Ramachandran again? If he is not there, shall we move to Mr. Charles Paul from the Diet of
Yes, I am here, madam.
So have the deliberations later on. If Mr. Ramachandran comes, he can join also. I request Dr. Shikala to find out if Mr. Ramachandran is going to join the panel discussion. In the meantime, the presentation by Mr. Charles Paul. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to everybody, madam. Once again, first of all, thanks to Vice Chancellor and LG of Pondicherry and for School of Education to give the opportunity to present the suggestion and ethics in NEP 2020. So I also thanks to the panel members to give the opportunities like this. In this NEP 2020, so I have give some suggestion point for core values and ethics of the teachers. First of all, for a constitutional values, for a professional teacher level.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was away for a while. So we do not have the principal Navodaya Vidyalaya, M. Ramachandran, right? We can go ahead with Charles. Mr. Charles, teacher.
Yes, madam, I am presenting.
Next to Mr. Charles, as per the list, I'll call Mr. Gunasekaran.
Yes.
Teacher from what is that? Some place, Kadirgamam. Who was to be called?
That was Gunasekaran. Mr. Charles, I can say Mr. Charles Paul. Mr. Charles Paul.
Yes, madam, I am presenting here. Did you able to hear my voice?
We can't hear you. You can go ahead now, please.
Yes. For a constitutional value for professional teacher level, so illustrating practice and apply ethics and values in professional relations and teaching practice, you have to include the illustrative practice and apply in a real life script. For expert teacher level, we have to add to practice in a real life situations. For lead teacher level, we have to add adorable by the community. So we have to interlink and adorable by the community. And for the professional autonomy, we have to tone up the system functioning efficiency in expert teacher level. Whereas in lead teacher level, I have to suggest that subject to evaluation with respect to changing challenges and current situations. So according to the current situations, we have to adapt. So for community to students, care, respect, trust and fairness in developing students' potential. For beginners teacher level, I have to ensure strategy, whether the strategy is incorporated in the school systems or not. So whereas in proficient teacher level, we have evolved child-centered mentoring team to maximize and tapping the child potential. For expert teacher level, we have to showcase the parents and community as a wider context. In core value and ethics, there are some domains and subdomains for each values. Whereas in responsible and ethical use of technology, we have to divide the subdomain as ethical use of technology and technology use. So for beginner teachers level, I suggested that ensure safe use of technology in the classroom to safeguard the students from internet addiction. And we have to subdivide the domain as we have to divide the domain as subdomain. And for expert teacher level, we have to insist imbibe smooth skill among students. Whereas in the lead teacher level, we have to elevate students and college as a tech savvy. So nowadays, the teachers in a teacher education, we have to develop the teacher efficiency. We have to teach for the students' teachers. So they are not well versed in technology. So they are very hesitate to use the technology. So as a teacher educator, we insist the technology usage for the teachers, for the upcoming teachers, for the following values, for the future use. The main thing I have to suggest is, in our real life situation, we have to insist for the future teacher the moral values. So the moral values, we have to insist that. So thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, may I invite? Thank you, Mr. Charles.
Okay, ma'am.
Let's have the deliberation further. May I invite Mr. Gunasekaran now, TGT from Kadirgamam School, Tiruvallur Girls High School. Are you there? Sir, anybody else? Dr. Shikala, will you please help me in locating the
yes,
panel?
Yes. The panel, we have the next member. We have another member, right? Yeah. We have Mr. Gunasekaran. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, no.
Mr. Gunasekaran, are you there? The teacher from Kadirgamam?
No.
He's not there?
No. I'm trying to call him.
Madam, then you can go ahead with the discussion and then we can close the session. And all the question answers from this session, we can do it in the question answer session. And I request Professor Mumtaz Begum, the panel moderator, Dr. Krishna Prasad, Sri Venkatakrishnan, and also Dr. Ramchandran to be present in the question answer session. Please be with us in the question answer session because you will be the experts. I also request Professor Lalita, Madam, former Dean of School of Education. Then the directors from School Education Department is also here, and all the senior teachers to be with us as experts. I can also see senior teachers from Pondicherry University, Dr. Shantakumari from Philosophy Department, Ilayaraja sir, Kumareshan Raja sir I have seen. So I request everybody to provide your expertise in the question answer session and join us for the discussion. Over to Mumtaz Madam to close the session with your final remarks. Maybe the question answers we can take in the question answer session after the lunch break.
Yes. Right. How much time would you allot for our
Madam, question answer session, we have 1 hour.
No.
We have solid 1 hour. Solid 1 hour after the lunch break. Post lunch, the open house discussion, all our students and all the teachers would join us. So we are looking forward to us to make this particular session a success, and we need all you experts to be present with us after the lunch. That is
Madam,
one
more point I want,
please.
one more point I want to add a panel discussion.
Yeah, please go ahead.
The role of the government is the development of professional development of the teachers. Okay, so that is not emphasized anywhere. So it is the total talks about only the professional development at the individual level or some professional bodies engaging them. But at the same time, what is the inputs that are required from the government to make the teachers in an institution more and more so? Thank
you.
Anybody is still on the line to pose a question to us, or shall we wind up this panel discussion and then I'll leave the podium to Dr. Chikala probably after lunch for the question answer session? Or I'll wind up now?
I think Professor Lalitama has raised her hands. Yeah.
No, if I'm permitted to ask on the present panelists who made a presentation, can I now?
Yes.
Yes, it should be postponed. No, I've just noted down a few points, particularly Dr. Krishna Prasad. He was raising the issue of, licensing, incentives to teachers. That's not a good idea. But what I feel is this licensing was also recommended by Kothari Commission, teacher licensing. It does not work in our system, but what I am suggesting is the intention of giving, it is an incentive to the good teacher. I mean, person who is committed and who is working and who is demonstrating all the required competencies. So it is not withdrawing it's not a punishment. It is just giving an award. So if award is not given to me, that should not be taken as a punishment. So that way, these incentives should be taken as a kind of positive input to the good. So that way, the idea should be taken. I think if I understood him correctly, he was not very much for that kind of giving incentives. Then, and another thing that we have to say is this variation of standards are there, but they have to be according to the context. See, there may be good schools, poor schools, average schools. A teacher working in a very poor school cannot be, said that he's not performing well because a teacher who is working in a good school. So it's really a complex issue. The contextual factors have to be taken in toto, and the best performance the teacher is able to do in the given context, that needs to be assessed. So that way, it's not the student's performance alone. It is the effort that is put by the teacher. Even from 0 to 1 is a plus point compared to going from 90 to 92. Because anyway, good students will achieve irrespective of the teacher. But with a very difficult conditions, if teachers are able to demonstrate good performance with bringing the children and making them learn, that teacher should be given. So these issues, that teacher should be given more credit. These issues have to be considered in the policy. But I think he was mentioning that
Charles, basically, Charles, basically,
yeah. I think Madam is
maybe I would use this time to make an announcement. Since we have preponed the entire program, we still have time for our open house discussion. So as soon as we finish Professor Lalitama's points discussion here, we'll go ahead with the open house discussion. We'll continue with the program. So there will not be any lunch break now since it is not time for lunch. So for the lunch, we could disperse from the program. I think that would do good.
Yeah, madam is just holding
I think
on,
she's probably her network issue. There's a network issue and she's stuck. Let's wait for 1 or 2. No, she's not there. So can we, maybe she will be back. She'll be back. She is going to be one expert in the open house discussion.
Madam, shall I reflect on Professor Lalitama Madam's what she told?
Yes, sir. So can you please hold your question to the open house discussion? You will be an expert in the open house discussion. We will start with your reflection, sir. So can we now start with the open house discussion? Now, in the open house discussion, we have Professor Mumtaz Begum, Professor School of Education, the moderator for the panel discussion as one expert, and all the members of the panel, all the panelists are the experts for this open house discussion. Professor Lalitama, we are fortunate to have her here. She's closely associated with NCT for a long time, and she's an expert in teacher competencies. She was the brain behind the teaching skill program that we are offering in School of Education. She's calling me. Can you take? So we start with this open house discussion. She will join us now. I would request Dr. Krishna Prasad, please share your reflection on Professor Lalitama's point with us. We start our discussion here. I request all the students and the teachers to participate in the discussion. Over to you, sir.
First of all, I will tell my namaskarams to Professor Lalitama Madam to reflect on what I was talking in this forum. And she's a great teacher, and she is a mentor for me also. And she has been associated with NCT in drafting NCFT also. So the word I used for licensing, like when you are using a registered number for the medical practitioners or legal experts, lawyers, etc., etc. Similarly, do we require a number? One. Second thing is licensing the educational institutions. Like I always say that when sugar was given in the ration, people used to stand in the queue and get it, and then there is a black market. And therefore, when we are giving licensing to any educational institution, then it is becoming some problematic in developing as a professional institution. So this is a great concern, where even I'm not only talking about the sugar, even the cement, when it was their license and when it is open now, everybody can access it. So who is able to afford? Then again, I had a dilemma whether everybody is able to afford to that price. So same thing, when you are offering the degrees at the different levels, we are having different setup in our country, like from private institutions, government institutions, universities funded by state government and central government, and then deemed universities. Now, there is a like people often get confused which institution they have to select, because the people are thinking about how I will be getting a job. So rather than thinking about the skills that they have to develop in a particular course, so which institution is offering them a job immediately after their course, whether it is engineering or medicine or teacher education, etc. So we are not only confining ourselves to teaching at the college level, but we, now our roles are all changed. In the 21st century, I am not only a teacher with certain kind of competencies, I should also become a placement officer to make our students to settle in their life. So we are a path guider for them. So when we are changing our roles, and whether this kind of licensing, awarding is required, that is what I wanted to. When we are putting that as a part of the professional standard, so there must be some kind of assessment techniques whereby we will be able to assess an individual in performing the given task. So that is what my point of view, madam. And then secondly, when we are talking about at the individualistic level, so individual, if he is able
to have sufficient competencies to learn the skills required to become a 21st century teacher, the individual is learning. Nobody is hampering it. But at the same time, from the institution, if there are group of teachers and we find out some teacher is able to afford and do it and some teacher is unable to afford and do it, then how are you going to make the distinction between? And again, the gap between the students. So during this pandemic situation, we are finding a lot of different difficulties from our students in accessing the digital media. So though we are able to make use of it, we are compelling them to go through these kind of procedures because there is no other way they have to undergo this situation. So they are coming. But at the same time, when you are, how many people are able to come to online, how many people are able to, we are able to reach. So in a regular physical classroom, the way I am able to teach, the same way I'm not able to teach in the online. So the online is additional support. It is not completely we can eliminate the physical teaching. We wanted to develop the professional standards, means we have to see that what are all the competencies they have talked about, talked in the national policy of education in the paragraph of teacher education. So immediately after its inception, it was approved by a cabinet on 29th July 2020. We held a conference in our college by IPAC on 5th September itself. And how we are going to develop as a, because this is the only government institution in Puducherry, we have to train our teachers. We are almost in the foremost in the field of teacher education. So therefore, our concern is how we can develop these kind of professional skills with the kind of technology and the kind of support from the government and the values related to the teachers and the teacher development. And every teacher has acquired the required qualification. Required qualification, essential qualification. But when you talk about competencies, whether they are able to meet the child, and one more comparison that what I wanted to make is when you talk about the so-called career in institutions, which are giving training for engineering, NEET examinations, IAS academies. So all these things, do the teachers in those institutions are really having a teacher degree, or they are all maintaining the professional standards to make their child to achieve the targets. So when I say target, what is the target and how, whether the knowledge is the target or the achievement of a particular seat is a target. So therefore, when I got a confusion, when my teachers are going and working in a school where we are talking about the holistic development, and there is an institution which is talking about the career-oriented programs and career-oriented training, then people or the public or the society prefer to go where the child is able to achieve the target. So they do not come to the schools where you are talking about the holistic development. So when these concerns are there, how we can make the child to come to the school and how we are going to bring these kind of professional standards, including the career training institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that reflection. Let me introduce other experts who are present with us in the open house discussion on NPST. Professor Muthumanikam, sir, we welcome you to the open house discussion. We want you to join this open house discussion as an expert. Professor SPM Satyanarayana from Pondicherry University. Dr. Sharmila Acharif from Department of French. Madam is here. Madam, please join us into the open house discussion. Dr. Ilayaraja from Department of Physical Education, Pondicherry University. Professor Lalitama will join us later. And Professor Muthumanikam, I have already added him. and all the panel members and my colleague, Professor Mumtaz Begum. We start the open house discussion now. I request all the students, PhD scholars, all the teachers, they are very important stakeholders in the entire process of setting professional standards for teachers. Please join, please actively participate in the program. It's now opened, you can go ahead. Professor Muthumanikam, you please open the session. I cannot see him.
Yes, 1 minute.
Yeah, please, sir. Take your time. We are waiting.
No. I am here. Most respected professors and other members who are present in this discussion, all other participants, good afternoon. Actually, it is very, very interesting. Regarding new education policy, there was a long discussion throughout India at various levels. Even the new education policy implementation paper were discussed, some of the aspects were discussed at every level. I hope you know that. Even in our college, Krishnaswamy College of Education, Pondicherry, I was the former professor of education at Annamala University. Later, I joined here as a principal. Now I am the director of the college because of my age and other factors. Long back, I represented the college in a Bahur commune Panchayat Union office regarding the new education policy. Very interesting exercise was done by the government from grassroots level to upper level. Now it is out. I really, as an educationalist, with more than 42 years of teaching B.Ed programs through online and under distance education mode, I really enjoy the new education policy. What we were teaching under curriculum development and other aspects for the M.Ed program throughout India, when M.Ed program was peak of the Annamala University, we were talking about 8+4+3 pattern. Long back, it should come. Why should we make our student to study the same subject? I was teaching all over India for the M.Ed program. I was raising the question, why can't we have? I was under very old pattern, 11+1+3 pattern. After that, Kothari introduced 10+2 pattern. It was implemented all over India in 68. Due to language factor, it was delayed in Tamil Nadu and other areas, some parts of the countries. It was implemented in 72. What is the logic? Whether it is 11+1, whether it is 10+2, now it is something else, 5+3+3+4. Very interesting. 8 semester, 8 semester examination. Curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular, everything is gone out. Academic occasion, nothing is there. I recall in 79 when I was a school teacher, commerce teacher in Chennai, I got the GO for the +2. The original GO passed in 1978 in Chennai. Tamil Nadu GO says, I got a very old copy. That says, group of 30 subjects were given. Group of 30 subjects, core subject. Out of 30, 4 subjects are to be selected for academic stream. At that time, computer science was not offered in Tamil Nadu. What was there? Only one. Any 4. I was a teacher for maths, physics, chemistry, commerce. Now we are talking about academic vocation merging. It was introduced long back. But whether it has done its job or not, after computer science was introduced, that commerce was replaced. If it is to become a doctor, maths, physics, chemistry, biology. Likewise, without maths, botany, zoology, likewise combination. Now I am really enjoying each and every aspect of new education policy. Whenever a policy introduced in India, there may be opposition and other thing. Everything is a trial and error. Most of us are the research scholars. Most of us are still the research scholars because we are doing research on various aspects. So what is our vision, mission? So we want to have a quality education. So under new education policy, they want to achieve the quality education. Why should he retain the young brain to study the same subject? If it is 10 plus 2, 10th means 15 years. Up to 15 years of age, a children is to study only 5 subjects. 2 languages, 1 maths, 1 science, and another. Are they going to get appointment or employment in the same way? If you ask the question, answer is so. 10 lakh students are appearing for 10th examination, mean all the 10 lakhs will not go for the same job. So it must be. Here, in any program, main idea is, the basic idea is teacher. The quality of teaching decide everything. So the teacher should have certain skills, certain qualification. So this draft is to think as academician, how it can be materialized. Of course, some of the suggestion and other thing may go for discussion. We know, all of us may know, when a draft is approved, after that some of the queries and other thing may come. To avoid all these things, we want to have. Those who have studied all these pages, 45 pages, may know some of the things. As an academician, some of the things may be embarrassing. Still, I feel that should be, how can it be worded? Whether we have in our country, in the constitution of, as per the constitution of India, we want to give the quality education, no doubt. Quality of teaching depends upon the quality of teacher, no doubt about that. How can it be? It's an excellent exercise. We have to read more, we have to reflect. So all your ideas may contribute. So overall, I don't want to touch a particular aspect, but it's a good document. It should be finalized. Then only the new teacher, actually this document I feel not only for the B.Ed student or teacher, even for promotion in the industries, there is a productivity linked bonus. Those who are working in the government services. Yeah, I'm writing down the questions. Then I'll call. We can think about each and every aspect in an elaborate manner. We can contribute suggestions. So now it's a reflection. All of you, those who read the paper, the pages, some of the technical issues and other things, how can it be worded in other way? As our former dean, Lalita Madam was rightly pointed out, is there is a tool. Actually, based on the document, tool can be prepared. The tool will be, once the policy document is approved, this document is approved, based on that we can accordingly, we can have another session also to prepare so many tools and finalize. It may be based on that, but both the new education policy based on that, this particular draft discussions and other things are very, very essential. I thank the Pondicherry University for conducting it in collaboration with the NCT. It is a very, very good exercise, but we have to think more. We have to give our personal opinion. We can collect the papers. Now they can share certain things, we can discuss. There are some other point, it can be shared through email to the Dean of Pondicherry. you can process and we can contribute in the form of a concrete suggestions. This is my humble submission. Now,
Thank you, sir.
Everyone can contribute.
Yes, sir. So can we open this for... One second, I am echoing. We open this for questions. So, Lindsay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Shall I ask the question?
Yes.
Yes, so I want to know what challenges we can face in framing the strategies for a successful implementation of national professional standards for
Lindsay,
Yes, ma'am.
two places. It's echoing. Have you opened it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah, so my question was what challenges we can face in framing the strategies for a successful implementation of national professional standards for teacher framework, with particularly reference to India because we have such a large diversity. So I am asking what challenges we can face while framing these strategies.
Actually, we have to think of the present situation. Now, at present, what is present today? Now, those who are in the aided institution and government institution are supposed to complete certain formalities to move from lecturer to reader. Now, at present, assistant professor to associate to professor, from professor, senior professor. Certain are they followed in private institution? If you talk about how many schools in a particular region, how many government schools are there, how many private schools are there? Are you going to have a separate yardstick for both or same? But we cannot have separate. It should be same. The teacher competency and other things should be common. But how? Technically, certain problem may be there. That should be sorted out, I feel. After reading this paper and other thing, I personally feel, but I may be wrong. At the time of framing this draft, they would have completed a lot of discussion, preliminary discussion. I don't know the proposal given by hundreds of experts. Normally, when draft is coming out, it is not based on single man idea. Hundreds of research paper would have been referred, hundreds of comparison of various countries and other institutions. Only based on that is coming. I don't want to criticize it. It is an excellent document. I want to record it, but at the same time, technically certain things. Point to point.
I will answer that. There are two kinds of setup in our country. One is the private organization and another one is government. If you take the government, all the whatever to follow. Whereas in the private, your result is going to assess you. So if you are able to produce 100% result and 100% marks, that will be your criteria for your increments. Because we also worked in private before coming to join these government institutions, and our performance is based on our result produced. How we have produced the result. So as a physics teacher, my subject I used to feel always difficult, and the students used to feel difficulty that passing in the physics examination is a tough task. So when I used to give them sufficiently the kind of inputs that are required, then when they are able to get good marks, that is the criteria. So student result was the criteria for my increment. So therefore, there is a difference between the setup in the government and the private institution. And as far as the professional standards are concerned, if an individual is able to develop or herself, they achieving these things for his individual development. It is nothing to do with the kind of promotion.
I would also. I request. No, I just go on. It's echoing. I request my colleague Dr. Vijay Kumar also to be an expert in this session because he's the right person, closely associated with NCT. Sir will also take the questions. So you can go ahead with the other question.
Can I,
Please,
Srikala,
sir.
can I respond?
Please, Satyanarayan, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. With respect to this question on challenges, one of the things that I observe is that the way these teachers are divided into beginners, etc., proficient, up to leaders, the structure is a little hierarchical, and practically maintaining this hierarchy is going to be a very challenging task. Because when we actually join as teachers, we all join with more or less same qualification. So our subject knowledge, professional knowledge, all those things are going to be more or less common. Now you have to differentiate a beginner teacher and a teacher who is better than that, etc. is actually practically is a very challenging aspect. Because we see sometimes a beginner may be much more efficient in teaching, well versed with the knowledge and things like that. We have seen many times that a very young student of some 20, 30 years will get a Nobel Prize than someone who is 50 years old. So this kind of hierarchy, maintaining and keeping it under close watch and evaluating is a very challenging task. Now, for example, as the example in the table in the document says, with respect to core values, constitutional values, it says that if you are a beginner teacher, you should just have the knowledge of the constitutional values. But that is not enough because beginner teacher also has to practice the constitutional values. It's not that you have to wait till you become a proficient teacher. You just keep the knowledge and you don't practice it. It's not like that. No. So these things are not so rigid in that way. So this, in some sense, what happens is it will give some kind of a handle for some kind of a subjective misuse can be possible with respect to those people who are trying to evaluate you, because the decisions are not, these things are not objectively set. So any subjectivism can enter into the picture. So this is one of the major challenge as I see the document as it is read now. So this comment will actually go to different sections of this document. So this vagueness, we have to somehow fix it. So this kind of a classification and these things at this moment appear a little vague for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was those who do not know him. That was Professor Satyanarayan from the Department of Physics, Pondicherry University. I'm very thankful for that observation. I'm so much saying that. I too feel this is going to strengthen the hierarchy existing in all sections in this society. I'm sorry, it's echoing, but I hope you're getting the point. But then I remember response from the principal, which is very important. We cannot have a comparison, draw a comparison between KVs in this country and the government schools in the interiors of this nation. KVs is to be giving a training very well. So gradually, teacher joins the school, get trained over time, a lead teacher and an expert teacher at the end. But if this is done inside the system, inside the school, so definitely strengthen the hierarchy. How are we going to do it? But then there is a ray of hope in what Rishabh is telling. He was saying they will not jump into this. They're going to take a pilot. They will go through the schools. They'll do a survey and how this is working. But if this comes in, which is already existing, this kind of practices, I have a feeling they are starting up with the teacher evaluation. It's one type of evaluation is peer evaluation. This is also mentioned in the document. This is very nice. So teacher evaluation can be done by the students, but that should not be complete. A teacher cannot be evaluated only by the students. It has to be done from different dimensions. So peer evaluation would be one, but then how will you do this peer evaluation? So the senior teachers evaluating the junior teachers, there should be proper, this was, Professor Lalitama was talking about this, a proper parameter for evaluating the students, because one important factor in assuring the quality of any teacher is evaluation. There should be self-evaluation, peer evaluation, and student evaluation is one of the most important parameter. I was just trying to add, if somebody wants to comment on Professor Satyanarayana's expertise, you could do that, or else we go with the next question. We have teachers, we would like to hear from the teachers from Pondicherry, their take on the entire issue.
Actually, I wanted to add one
Please,
point.
sir. Please, Ilayaraja, sir.
Regarding the learning needs, the standard for professional development and growth, they are saying beginner teachers are supposed to seek and apply feedback from supervisors and teachers to improve teaching practices. As Professor Satyanarayana sir said, who is our supervisor? Whether the supervisor is having the standard, that is a question mark again. Right. So all the supervisors in various institutions may not be the same, or they may not be very good in all aspects. So when supervisors evaluating the beginner teacher, as Professor Satyanarayana said, there is a question mark again. So how you are going to maintain the standard of a supervisor, or your teachers, those who are working with you, whether they are going to give the what I can say, feedback without any bias. Again, there is a question mark.
It's a question of objectivity also, side, sir.
Sir, I would like to add in just what you said, that what feedback we get, that may be, there may be a factor of subjectivity in that.
Sure.
I mean, what you are mentioning, I fully agree with you. The feedback system, or the what we can do is that one recommendation from my side, that maybe like we can have the self-analysis and the teaching learning process which is happening between the teacher and the student, through which how much learning has taken place among the students. That is one parameter through which we can judge. Another is that self-analysis can be done, and on various forums, various occasions, we can, other than the subject knowledge, the professionalism can be seen through our behavior as well. So that is, I think that can be added in whatever has been said till
Sir,
now.
actually, just I wanted to give an example. See, for example, I'm teaching effect of exercise on bone density of women students. Okay. So if you have a basic understanding about exercise, bone mineral density, physiology of exercise, what you will say, oh, fantastic, your information is very fruitful, knowledgeable. In case, if you are a supervisor, if you don't have the basic knowledge about what I'm saying, your comment may be, the presentation is vague. It may not be very good, likewise, because you are not having enough knowledge about the area what I'm teaching. So the question is, the supervisor or the feedback system, whether they have enough knowledge on the particular area, there is a question mark. And another thing, there may be a bias also.
No, I agree. It is the one factor is the information that the person who you, whether he is having the adequate information regarding or not. But that may be vague to some extent. Somebody who's having access to that, or who is assessing you. But the way you teach and the way the student respond, through that behavior, something can be judged. We are all field from of this education. We have that fair enough knowledge of psychology. We do understand the things which are involved in teaching learning process. So
Yes,
that can be added.
Regarding student and teacher, it is fine. I'm asking about the supervisor or the feedback from the teachers, because there are a lot of opportunity. Biasly, they can, for example, if you are a beginner teacher, if I'm the lead teacher, if I want to encourage you, my feedback may be different. Or sometimes if I want to suppress you, my feedback may be different. So how you are going to keep the things in control? That is what.
Sir, can I add, madam?
Yes, Muthumanikam, sir.
Yes, sir. It's a inherent limitation of any evaluation system.
Yes.
Always we have certain things that subjectivity can be reduced by way of increasing number of supervisors. For example, in the B.Ed program, now they are going for 4 months teaching practice. When they are in the 4 months teaching practice, we are sending 8 evaluation by us. Every day, concerned school teacher is expected to sit. The guide teacher is expected to sit and evaluate. For all the lesson, we are giving the evaluation mark. After that, our teachers are getting the attendance, timetable and everything. Depending upon the timetable of the student, our faculty members are making a visit, surprise visit, where they are teaching with the teaching aid and everything. We are observing. And yes, 2 pedagogical subjects, for example, Maths and English. 4 different teachers are going to evaluate Maths, English, and also Maths separately. All the marks will come. We used to conduct a staff meeting. These are the different marks. How can it be? In all the evaluation system, in the PG, we got double evaluation. Likewise, everything it is there. So we can do it. The subjectivity can be eradicated by way of incorporating more than one supervisor. Then only it may be. It is practiced for our continuous evaluation. This is my submission. Thank you.
Sir, I add to what you said. So what we do for this is, we have several parameters of teachers' evaluation. For example, if we have several techniques of doing it. We use observation schedules. Like, for example, Flanders interaction analysis is considered to be something old, but still it works. So how it becomes objective is, your peer group, your colleagues, or anybody, the formal observers, can enter the classroom of a teacher. You have to objectively tick how many examples the teacher used, the strength of the content of the teacher, how many times the teacher interacted with the students. Did the teacher discriminate between the students? So there are several questions. It's a tool, several questions that is given in the observation schedule. There are several such observation schedules. That's the reason we do not go ahead with one particular type of teacher evaluation. We will not do it. For example, in our university, we have student evaluation, which is one of the very important criteria of evaluating the teachers. Students can tell us what we are doing. At the same time, that should not be the end of it. There should be other criteria to evaluate the teacher, the research work, the peer evaluation, the objective criteria of teacher performance inside the class itself. So we could do that. And then what you do with this evaluation. So there is, it's not that I tell that my junior teacher is not good. No such values are given to the teacher, but then I will have to show the document of what this teacher is doing. It's not to punish the teacher, but to help the teacher to improve on certain criteria or competencies. It's based on competencies. This particular competency, how Shrikala is doing. If Shrikala is not doing it, how one can help Shrikala to do this. So this is what we are doing. I think it should not go away. There should be things, but then it should be very objective. So what Ilayaraja sir says and Satyanarayana sir says, if it becomes subjective, it's going to be very difficult. But we have to see that it becomes more and more objective. I think that's what NCT is doing with the survey. I think an all India survey they are doing. We hope we will not jump into this kind of system without getting the research results from the field. We go ahead with taking another.
Just one more. Can I make one point?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. So. Okay, so the discussion which started with my point has gone a little bit tangentially. So I wanted to just make my point once again. So my point is that I'm not trying to doubt that there's going to be any bias in the evaluation. Let's assume that everybody is evaluating very honestly. But my point was that when you have this hierarchical system and then divide each of these attributes like core values or performance or lesson plan, whatever, in a graded fashion, that is going to affect the curriculum and then teaching plan. For example, if somebody says, okay, it is sufficient if you know how to make a lesson plan, you don't have to make it. And that person is going to contribute less to the teaching, right? So this graded ascribing roles to these different hierarchical teachers is going to be not very useful for the teaching practice itself. That's what I felt. So that is why all teachers have all the roles equally, but based on the experience, somebody may do it well and somebody may do it in a little imperfect way, but that is fine. But then we should assign this, that this is sufficient for a beginner teacher, this is important for a lead teacher. So that kind of hierarchical assignment of these things is what is actually troubling me.
I do agree with Satyanarayana, sir, because we cannot distinguish a lead teacher or a beginner teacher. And when you talk about professionalism, it should be equal to everybody at that level. So I do agree. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We go ahead with another question. So I hope you would respond to that. This is from Gauhar Ali Ahangar. I am a curriculum editor. My issue is the cognitive developmental material is missing from the textbooks. Both the government and private publishing textbooks are the basic crumbs of comfort for teachers and learners. How you will maintain the bar thoroughly in textbooks? Issue is the cognitive developmental material missing. So he probably is asking, saying that the cognitive development of students is not taken care in textbooks. I do not think this is correct, but then experts will respond to it. I hope you got the question.
Yeah, I just like to answer.
Yes. Yeah.
Cognitive development is, first we should understand what really cognition. That is what understanding students have got. That understanding of the students has to be evaluated or assessed. Rather, I can say assessment. And every textbook is not a lesson-based textbook. They are all the tools for the teachers to develop the competencies, which right from National Education Policy 64 till date we are talking about competencies. That competencies we have to have clarity over it. Every teacher. So our focus should be on developing the competencies of the students for which we are getting the textbook. The textbooks, the content, everything is a tool. So we cannot totally depend on the textbooks. Rather, as teachers, that's what NPST has been talking about, our development, professional development, our excellence, our knowledge, our skills. So when we have the required knowledge and skills for the level of the teachers or level of the students, we are helping them. We are facilitating. We are facilitating for the expected competencies or skills or knowledge, whatever it may be. And we have to focus upon our transactions, our interactions with students using the textbook as a minimum tool. We have to go for further resources from everyday affair and even in the classroom or the institution or in the society, make people to talk about, relate, associate. This is called association, comparison, and then bringing out the differences. That is what cognitive development, that is what we expect the competencies. Any competency, clarity we get it when we have the power of associating, making differences. So the more interactions among students, the more resource finding, and then the more expressions of the students. That is why that Flanders, Dr. Shrikala spoke about, where the teacher's silence is more important. The students' talk should be more. So when will the student talk more? If only they have gone to collect resources, interact, explore. That is how they come out with knowledge, acquire skills from each and everyone. So we cannot expect anything cognitive development in a textbook separately. It is the skill of the teacher, the ability to hold everything in hand of the teacher that is required. So teachers have to understand, what am I to do? So every teacher requires a teaching philosophy, I can say. That is, to whom I'm teaching, At the end of the course, as a teacher, I expect the students to become. We have to prepare the students. Generally, what we find when a student goes to the other class, like 5th standard to 6th standard, so they have the vacation. The 6th standard teacher will say, the 5th standard teacher did not do anything. I have got a raw clay in my hand. I have to work from scrap. They say, why? If we had put our efforts in making the students to acquire the competencies, the required knowledge, skills, it will retain forever. And here we require applications. We have to provide room for students to apply whatever they have. Make them to use all the 4 skills in application form. We are here observers, facilitators, and monitors, and we have to support the students who are all lagging behind and bring them up. And that is what we may know that in the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan activity-based learning, the ladder system, that system allows students to learn on their own and let them learn with their peers. Let them recognize where they are in the ladder. Let them push themselves for the further step. That is the philosophy behind. The teacher doesn't provide any cognitive, developmental input or anything. They are picking it up through the activities which are presented in front of them, and that provided them to understand their level, their position, their knowledge, their comprehension. Even that system asks about inquiring the parents. What is the difference the parents feel among their children before and after in every level of learning in that ladder system? So this is how we have to incur whatever happen among the students. So we cannot have anything separately in a pot or in a vessel to give them provide. It is simply that is what the UNESCO's 4 pillars talk about. That is what Future of Learning UNESCO talks about. That is what the PISA of OECD talks about. What competencies? PISA speaks about the competencies of the teachers. If the teacher does have, definitely the students will pick it up. So thereby, that European Commission and UNESCO focus their attention over developing the competencies of the teacher, assessment of the teacher. If we have how to do in a classroom, automatically. That is the basic principle behind the NPST and the NEP 2020, that every one of us have to understand, what do I want at the end of the class or the academic year from the student? What should I do? What do I have in my hand? How can I make it for the students to get back to the other level? So if we have that focus, even if I'm not given any textbook, if I'm very clear about what am I to do among, what should I do for them to go the other place, we can make. So that kind of understanding we should have. That's what I feel for this kind of questions. Thank you.
So shall I add the other shift in the teacher education program as envisaged in the national education policy? Friends, and there are 3 programs suggested by, recommended in the National Education Policy 20. One is introduction of the 4 years, that will be the future, and the standards that they are going to set in order to become a school teacher. See, there is a paradigm shift in recruitment of the teachers, even to preschool to higher secondary. That is how the DLED program in the country is being more or less rationalized, and the diets have been directed to switch over as a nodal center to an in-service teacher training center. Which means in the ITAP, there are 2 major inbuilt specialization has been proposed and recommended as well. One is pre-primary to primary. A candidate, student teacher who want to become a primary or pre-primary student can select the option in the first year itself. So that at the time of entry itself, candidate is going to decide, okay, let me become preschool teacher or primary school teacher. That is one inbuilt specialization. The second inbuilt specialization is upper primary to secondary. One who want to become an upper primary teacher, who is more or less considered as an a secondary, and he can select upper primary or secondary as one more specialization. Specialization starts at the first year or second year itself, so that the decision to become primary school, pre-primary to primary or upper primary to secondary will be decided. That is how by 2030, and I'm sure minimum eligibility to become preschool teacher will be a graduation and professional degree like B.Ed, or ITEP is another model that has been suggested. So there is a standard. See, this has been assessed by an high-level committee that has been gone to various parts of the country, including America, Europe, Finland, and even Australia. They have brought various benchmarks or the standards followed in the so-called developed countries. See, the including the what are all the observation or extensive observation of children from USA, and some integrated curriculum from USA, Finland, Singapore. See, there are various parameters that have been fixed, and that is how ITEP will be a unique or a flagship program of an NCT to ensure that instead of recruiting a teachers with their diploma in elementary schools, so let there be a standards with an understanding of an entire content come pedagogy. So that is how the entire spirit of ITEP program has been designed and developed, with a hope that minimum eligibility to become preschool to higher secondary will be a graduation and Bachelor of Education, otherwise the ITEP course. So which means there is a standard has been enhanced from diploma-based course or teacher training to a graduation or integrated teacher education program. That is how you need to understand. So there are various global standards that has been brought under ITEP curriculum framework, ensuring that our student teacher should meet the standards of global, means global standard you should ensure. That is called global citizenship education. Which means if a student trainee has been trained in Indian teacher education institution, he has to be more or less globally competent. He has to go to any part of the world to become the teacher. So that kind of a standards is going to be ensured. So by replacing DLED program to an ITEP or maybe a degree plus Bachelor of Education course will be a minimum qualification to become preschool to an higher secondary school teacher.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Thank you. Karishma?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I just want to add few more questions to this, ma'am, as said. As per NEP 2020, a student can opt any subject combination from different streams. Then what is the particular qualification guidelines for the appointment of teachers? Because ma'am, earlier, now for the Kendriya Vidyalaya and Navodaya schools, for the TGT science, the qualification is the student must have botany, zoology and chemistry as the subject. And for TGT maths, there should be maths all the 3 years. But there is no space for TGT PCM, means physics and chemistry students. In the same way, is there any changes in now? This is my question, ma'am. Thank you.
Since the education is in state as well as the central domain, that is how it brought under the concurrent list. See, each state has a kind of a three major subjects or maybe a single major honors one way. In case of Karnataka, a candidate who goes to a graduation, he has to study a minimum of 3 subjects, either in biology stream or chemistry stream or PCM stream or something like that, or even in the history also they need to study minimum. In case of Tamil Nadu, if you just look at, they go with honors, one who is graduated in English or history or something like that, chemistry or something like that. See, when you just look at this kind of disparity in the state curriculum or the state pattern, so that is how it is very not an uniform pattern. So that is how maybe NCT is thinking of that, bringing a common uniform system of the education where everybody accepts. As you know that many of the states will not accept even the NEP. Nothing has been started in case of the kind of an initiative that has been done by various stakeholders or maybe the regulatory bodies of teacher education, and many of the states have not yet started because of their their own autonomy that has been wasted with the state government. So looking at this kind of a disparity in terms of the structural or functional pattern that is being operated in the country, the eligibility, especially in the Kendriya Vidyalaya or maybe Navodaya Vidyalayas, minimum eligibility will be because teachers will be recruited only for the secondary or higher secondary. If you just if they wanted to recruit a PGT in physics, they should have physics, post-graduation in physics as well as B.Ed. You mean to say TGT also? There are two categories. Some of the schools may not be having a TGTs, so that they'll try to restrict. If they don't have a PGT, they'll try to restrict to a TGT itself. So that is it all depends on the number of vacancies that has been raised and the minimum qualification that they are going to fix either by Kendriya Vidyalaya Sanghasthana or maybe a Navodaya Vidyalaya Sanghasthana. See, but it is again being regulated by the NCT, because NCT is the nodal authority to fix up certain minimum standards or the minimum qualification to be recruited as teachers in either state governments or maybe the central government. So even NCT or KVs and NVs are also taking the certain authoritative mode of recruiting the teachers that has been fixed by the NCT. I think NCT is also in the verge of changing this kind of a guidelines. As if you just look at the teacher eligibility test, again it is a matter of state government as well as the central government. What happened earlier, there was only 2 levels of teacher eligibility test, only for primary and upper primary. And as soon as in the year 2017, it was NCT's most concerned that all levels, 5 levels of teacher eligibility test has to be framed. What happened? Entire framework has been done and has been submitted to the ministry, and ministry is of the opinion that 5 levels it has to be gazetted notified gazette notification has to be brought in. What happened, since the NEP was almost all was on the draft form, they said that let us wait. Now the entire pattern has been changed. Structural pattern has been changed, and NCT has to think of whether your teacher eligibility test is meeting the 5 levels which was prepared or designed by the NCT on par with the structural changes that has brought in or recommended in the NEP. So there are a lot of issues that NCT has to look into it, because NCT is a nodal authority to decide minimum qualification of the teachers both in the state and the center. And I'm sure NCT authorities are there, and how well your 5 levels of or 5 stages of teacher eligibility test is going to be fitting the 5+3+3+4 pattern. They need to revisit, and accordingly they need to redesign it.
So one more point I want to add it, as far as the recruitment of teachers is concerned, every state government has their own recruitment rules. So they will take care of it. Like in the MCT 2014 regulations, we have admitted the students of engineering into B.Ed course and biotechnology students into the B.Ed course. But they were not being included in the teacher recruitment, either in the KVs or Navodaya Vidyalaya, or including in the Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu state. So when NEP is incorporating all those things, definitely the new RRs have to be framed according to the
I think these are all certain applied disciplines like electronics, biotechnology, bioinformatics. They're all more or less considered as an advanced or applied disciplines of a particular foundation courses. Biology, say it is in biology. What happened when UGC? Yeah, I think NCT authorities has to look into this. There are the applied aspects. Equally, they need to be considered for a teaching, because if a candidate with biotechnology enters teaching profession, definitely there are chances that they may bring various innovative or new ideas in the teaching or teaching a content, so that will help the students to invent more and more. So that is how the applied aspects should also be considered. I think NCT authorities should take the cognizance of this discussion, how applied aspects will not be considered for teacher eligibility or teacher recruitment. And accordingly, they can.
I want to respond to this. Can I respond?
These disciplines, application-oriented disciplines, are introduced by the universities to get they're all job-oriented courses. They are similar to that of the vocational courses. They can start a biochemistry lab, etc., etc. But by doing such a course, then they are coming because university has given permission. University has given in its admission criteria that biochemistry can go for PhD. Similarly, engineering students. So when these disciplines are moving away from where they will be fitting into the school subject is the concern of the recruitment pool. So what subject will the engineering graduate will teach in the school subject? What biochemistry subject will be? Because the purpose of introducing BSc biochemistry is to make them to go as a biochemist or to work in the laboratory. But when they come back to the school system, the subject is, because it is education, it is related to biology and chemistry, fitting them in a particular aspect of school subject like physics or chemistry or botany has become a difficult task for the recruitment other things. So anyway, this new education policy will give sufficient guidelines to put these recruitment rules according to the qualifications. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to respond quickly.
Okay.
So the question asked by this girl was with respect to what NEP allows some kind of a shift of your subject while you are running the course. Suppose you join in physics and suddenly you say that, okay, I'm getting interested in biology, you go to biology and complete your course. Now, should I apply for a biology teacher or a physics teacher? What is the eligibility? That is the question, I guess. So I think the answer... So the answer for this is that there has to be a change in the eligibility criteria. And this eligibility criteria has to be changed in such a way. For example, if there is an eligibility exam like TET or some other new exam that will come, and if you have partly physics, partly biology you study, then you should have enough knowledge to take that exam in biology and clear it. Then you may actually become eligible for a biology teacher. This is not there as of now, but if some change is there, this is how it has to come through.
Sir, I do react to this because interdisciplinary approach has been encouraged or focused. It doesn't mean that biology, as a interdisciplinary approach with related subjects. It can be a chemistry, or it can be a botany, or it can be some kind of a genetics or something like that. The biology teacher cannot become an equivalent to a teacher in physics. He can become a teacher in chemistry, either chemistry or in biology or biotechnology or genetics. So that is the idea. The separation of the subjects will have to be meaningfully or logically connected. So that is how there is a mathematics teacher can teach better physics than that of the chemistry. So that is how the pedagogical issues have been discussed, deliberated, and they brought under a particular stream. Biology, chemistry goes logically. Physics and mathematics can go logically. So that is
Dr. Vijaykumar,
yes,
that is our understanding.
Yes, sir.
But she is asking a question with respect to what NEP allows. So that is why I am saying that.
Can I make a point here?
Yes, representative, sir. I will tell you, recruitment rules are very, very important. When we talk about eligibility criteria, we have to suppose if I say biology teacher, a graduate in biology. Biotechnology I cannot take. Biochemistry I cannot take because the recruitment rules have to be changed according to the subject. So when we are giving the admission criteria, we have to see again.
Sir, you are not clearly audible, sir. Please take out the mask and speak.
The recruitment rules will say something, and we are admitting the biochemistry students, biophysics students, or engineering graduates for B.Ed course. But when it comes to the recruitment rules, which subject of the school they will be teaching. So when you say B.Ed in particular school subject, so B.Ed, BSc physics with B.Ed, they will be eligible for PGT. MSc physics with B.Ed, they will be eligible for PGT. But when I come to BE, electronics and some other subjects coming and join a B.Ed course, where they will, which subject they will go teach. So this is how they the 2014 regulation.
Sir, could I, if I could interfere, Krishna Prasad sir? We cannot hear you properly.
I'll just answer this question, madam. What happened now? See, in the year 2014 regulation of NCTE brought out one regulation to pursue a B.Ed. A candidate with B.Tech or B.E. can also admit to a B.Ed course. But when it comes to the recruitment, there is no option for him because he is neither teaching any subjects in science. He is only a technocrat or he is only a B.Tech and he can only pursue. That was a lapsus occurred. I was also, when I was in NCT, I was strongly objected it. So this was a regulation that come into this one. And we have also considered high-level committee to look into the certain lapses which doesn't match with the recruitment policy. And we were clearly, outrightly rejected that candidate with B.Tech should not pursue a B.Ed because he will not fit into that kind of a framework who is going to recruit as a teachers in the schools. That was outrightly rejected. Unfortunately, that point has not been taken up seriously by the NCT. I think in future, if NCT can revise this kind of an eligibility, those who candidate with B.Tech can also pursue the B.Ed, has to be seriously looked into, and that portion has to be deleted. That is by my personal opinion.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for that. So what I feel is probably we need to make changes at the base. That's what NEP is talking about, the flexibility. NEP talks about the creative combination of subjects. Teachers in the universities and the implementing bodies have to come up. The creative combination of subjects. If we are not doing it, the question that the student asked doesn't stand anywhere. If we are able to do it, like for example, in our university, I remember in one of the meetings they were discussing about, there are some courses happening between computer science department and other departments. Like this way, between science departments and other departments, if we are able to creatively combine the subjects, like for example, she is talking about physics and biology. It has so much to do together. So if somebody is doing a combination of subjects, maybe they would be able to be recruited in future. So we are talking about the change on one sector without changing the basic requirement of the subject itself. If you are able to offer such courses, you will be able to recruit students from such different combinations of subjects. So probably NEP is talking about the entire flexibility that NEP talks about is this, the combination of subjects. Probably we will have to do this first and then think about the next step. Going directly to other questions, can I go ahead with one more question so we can talk about?
Shall I ask a question, ma'am?
Just a minute.
I'll just add one the question that has been raised by you. So the candidate, computer science. As you know that technology became an integral part of our teaching profession now. And I was also of the strong opinion that candidate with BSc Computer Science or BTech Computer Science should also be taken into, because they are the one who is going to teach the technological skills and competency to the students community. Basic, a candidate with this BSc in other basic foundation subjects and B.Ed is not competent to teach basic characteristics of the computers and other important aspects of computers. That is how I was also strong opinion that candidate with BSc computers or BTech computers should also be given training so that they can be recruited and they are the better people who can teach computer science better than the other teachers who are going to be recruited. That is what I was also strong of the opinion.
I would raise another question which is asked by a student on NPST.
Shall I ask a question, ma'am?
Can you give me a moment, Lopamudra?
Yes, ma'am.
I read out one question which has been waiting for long. The question is this: we shifted the focus on teacher to the students for the education previously, but the NPST key principle states teacher as the heart of the learning process. Why the paradoxical shift is being considered? Shall we discuss on this and then we will get back to Lopamudra? They say this is probably because of one sentence, the center of the entire NPST is teacher. Probably it's based on that. So somebody can respond on this.
Yes. See, there is a paradigm shift from, if you just look at the preamble of the NEP, student-centered approach has been focused more. focus has been given student learning rather than this one. Teacher, role, because in the chapter 5, when they mentioned that role of a teachers and all, what exactly the NPST, which has been envisaged in the 5.2, was this only. Teacher is the focus when it comes to the profession and his responsibility, role, and beyond. And the preamble clearly states that student-centered approach has to be encouraged. Maybe this is what the statement that I can give, because chapter definitely focuses on the role of teacher, relevance, their skills and all. But definitely preamble is more or less guides the entire spirit of implementation of NEP in letter and spirit. If you just look at the entire first paragraph, I can just read out even. Yes, pedagogy must evolve to make education more experiential, holistic, integrated, inquiry-driven, discovery-oriented, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible, and of course, it is supposed to be enjoyable. And this is what personally, which means nowhere the role of a teacher has been mentioned, but however, the entire spirit of teaching learning process has to taken place in the four walls or even the outside the classroom has to be more driven towards inquiry, discovery, learner-centered, discussion-based, flexible, and it should be enjoyable. See the beauty of the way they have narrated in a very clear or a broad framework where the learner is the center rather than the teacher. And his role is only facilitator, a supportive guide, philosopher, friend, and beyond.
Yeah, I too think so, because when the teacher is the center, probably it is in the context they say NPST, the teacher performance is the center. But then when the teacher is the center, student is definitely at the center. Lopamudra, we can take your question.
I think the interpretation is something like this. Yes. For an organization, it is teacher-centric, because teacher can be made accountable by this connotation. But for teacher, it is always learner-centric.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's nice. Lopamudra, you can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. That is NPST determine the aspects of teacher career management, salary increases, promotions. My question is whether the private institutions are taken into consideration, because there is no specific rules and always they show their monotony. And another question is already in some state there is some government school teacher getting low salary than the central government teacher. So how it will be manageable when taking into consideration of salary increases?
I think if NCT officials can respond to this, for that also in the year 2018, there was an high-level committee has been constituted under the chairmanship of Professor Ramesh Ganta in order to have salary, in order to resolve the salary parity issue. For that, state has to give certain data, statistical data, in order to ensure what is a disparity between the different states. So whether for that, hardly 1/3 of the states could able to supply the statistical data of the salary parity, and somehow I don't think even committee could able to arrive at a conclusion what kind of a disparity that exists between the salary of private and government teachers. Unfortunately, that committee, I don't know whether they've submitted. If NCT officials can respond to this, it would be grateful, so that this kind of a salary parity that exists between the private and government sector has to be definitely rationalized, looking at the different parameters altogether.
Thank you, sir.
I think
okay.
NCT officials can respond to this.
Yeah, please. Anybody wants to respond? Or we go to the next question. Why there are CTET and other eligibility tests for teachers in the level of GTT and PST? On the other hand, why there is no eligibility test for PGTs? Why are there no eligibility tests for postgraduate teachers?
That is what, madam. See, when NCT has been identified as a nodal authority or agency to fix up certain standards for teachers recruitment, unfortunately, in the year 2011, only 2 levels of teacher eligibility test has been designed and notified. The next level they didn't think of. For that only, NCT has established, initiated, framing 5 levels of teacher eligibility test. 1 for pre-primary, 2nd for primary, 3rd for upper primary, 4th for secondary, and 5th for upper higher secondary. Unfortunately, that could not be able to materialize because of the NEP is in force. There are structural changes. If state wishes, because state also has an autonomy to decide upon, they can conduct any level. I think even Tamil Nadu, they are conducting all levels of teacher eligibility test. If it is a central, CBSE in collaboration with the NCT has to negotiate, and they need to frame certain guidelines. Since 5 levels of teacher eligibility test framework has already been designed, it is in the pursuance of the Ministry of Education. Since structural changes has come to it, Ministry of Education and NCT is revisiting it, whether that is going to be fit in terms of in tune with the structural changes that they brought in.
Okay, thank you. Any other response, or we take other questions? Lima Roy, yes. How a private school, let me just read out. Lima Roy, how a private school teacher will get benefits from the teaching career self-assessment test? Would they get similar benefits as a government permanent teacher? This is a question.
So I can say it's impossible.
Yes.
That's the only word answer I can.
So probably we could some regulations to bring private schools and private colleges to the standards.
That is what I said. High-level committee has to think of it. See what happened. I don't know whether NCT officials agree upon this one. What happened? NCT being a regulatory body of teacher education, including authority to decide minimum eligibility to become school teachers, and they are also equally responsible for fixing up certain pay parity between the private and the government, because that they could not be able to come out with. If I think any NCT officials is there can respond to this answer, can query.
Probably we do not. I don't think anybody from NCT here. I do not think they are there.
Sir, most unfortunate thing is all the private schools are having unqualified teachers only.
Of course, madam. That is you are right.
Any graduate, even if a parent happen to be interested in teaching without qualification, also they are working.
Because it is a sole responsibility of the state governments to monitor all this.
They don't monitor.
Can only prescribe certain framework. And if a state governments cannot take the responsibility of shouldering, especially recruiting the teachers in private schools, regular monitoring, having a clear framework or mechanism to monitor the teachers who are working in the private schools, it's impossible on the part of the private schools to regulate this sort of this one. Imagine if you just take up the Delhi public schools. See,
excuse me, sir.
Single
sorry for the disturbance. The madam said all the private schools are having unqualified teachers. If they have unqualified teachers, how the private schools are producing a very good results than the government schools? The government have the qualified teachers. They recruit after completing TET examination or a TRB examination or other board of exams. They recruit. But the standard of education is very poor in the government schools than the private schools. Private schools also having a qualified teachers. Many schools they have a qualified teachers, not all.
Think about not all. I am telling majority of.
So I will add about one thing, madam.
Such teachers don't find any place in the government school.
One of the data that I'm going to give you will surprise you. See, in India, minimum requirement, on an annual requirement of a teachers will be 2 lakhs and an average. And more or less 19 lakhs of teachers are produced every year. Imagine where is kind of a disparity or kind of a surplus teachers that have been produced by the teacher education institution, which means on an average 17 lakhs of teachers have been produced which are more or less unemployed. Whether they are working in the private colleges or not, more or less 17 lakhs of teachers are produced, which is considered as a surplus in Indian context or Indian education system, especially teachers recruitment is concerned.
No, I want to add here one minimum qualification for teachers, which is laid down by NCT. There was a court case. The Kendriya Vidyalaya were recruiting the PGTs without B.Ed qualification. So there was a case and wherein NCT has insisted that the PGT should also have the B.Ed qualification. At the time, the KV was arguing that if you are insisting on B.Ed program for the PGT, we are not getting the good teachers having good physics knowledge in the physics. So there is now the same thing applies here also. If a good teacher, a student who is very good in physics or mathematics, they will be going for higher education rather than coming for the B.Ed after their BA, after their graduation or PG. So there is those people who are opting for the teaching career. So there is a problem. So we have to identify why people are not coming, why they are not having passionate. So when you see the NPST document itself, passionate is a word which is used. The teacher should have an NPST first word is that passionate. The persons who are coming for the teaching profession should be having passion towards the teaching profession. So then they can become a good teachers. So even my earlier talk also I told all the coaching institutions do not have the qualified teachers. When you say qualified, when you talk about qualified, you are talking about quality. That is what is I really do not understand, and I'm very skeptical about the qualified teacher is able to produce a good result, or all the coaching institutions are hiring the teachers who have completed their BE BTech in the IITs. So you can take any institution, they do not have any qualified teacher. So do you think that the qualified teacher are going to produce a good result? So here it is not our issue. Our issue is how to develop the professionalism in the teaching. That is what. Thank you.
I'll answer one of your questions. Recently, there is a provision under National Education Policy. What happened? Candidate who completes post-graduation in arts, commerce, and science can go for 1 year of B.Ed, which is a compulsory. That will be, this one. When we are writing this action plan for 11 points under Chapter 15, this was also a very, big issue. 1 year of B.Ed that has been proposed, which was scrapped in the year 2014. For that, what we did, since 1 year of B.Ed has been recommended, so we need to find the alternative way. And we have categorically mentioned that 1 year of B.Ed can be pursued, okay, candidates who completed post-graduation in arts, commerce, and science, which means minimum qualification that we are going to fix, so that they'll be recruited at the level of higher secondary. So hence by 2030, minimum qualification to become higher secondary school teacher will be a post-graduation in commerce, arts, and science with 1 year of B.Ed. Which means, there is no question of saying that, I have post-graduation in science or commerce or arts, but with no B.Ed. So there is an alternative that has been recommended in the National Education Policy, which will be implemented definitely by 2025 or maybe 2030.
Thank you, sir. I think it is now time for us to close this session. This is only a start of beginning of the. This is just beginning of the discussion. We will go ahead.
Ma'am.
We have already started with. We have also yes.
Ma'am, I am Raj Kumar, working as teacher in government school, ma'am. Indira Gandhi Government School, Kateri Kupam. Shall I give some input about this NPST, ma'am?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
This would be the final reflection we take for this session.
Ma'am, I went to all the 52 pages of this document. I also find some clarification regarding this, ma'am. Actually, this document classified the teachers as a beginner teacher, proficient teacher, expert teacher, and lead teacher. My doubt is how long a teacher have to stay in the beginner level. If the teacher is recruited into a beginner teacher, how long he has to stay in the beginner level to move to the next level? What may be the minimum period? Because he had to acquire the competencies and skills and all. And then the next is how long he has to in the proficient level to expert level. So what may be the time gap for the teacher to fit into the level? That is one thing, ma'am. Then about the teaching, this document is clearly explaining and asking about claiming the higher standard of the teacher. In the teacher institution, what the normal teacher institution, we are functioning in the shells, like small individual teacher institutions. We cannot nurture the good teacher for the nation. Actually, when the institute starts by 9:30, the teacher trainees enter the institution only by 9:45. If the next second at 4:15 the classes closes, means all went out of at 4:16. No single teacher have the habit of remaining in the classroom or school premises. The passion of the teaching profession is lost among the children. So my suggestion is, ma'am, if you want a good teacher, if you want a professional teacher for the nation, the teacher education should be a residential based teacher education. Then only it should be like a training of a military training, or we can say it like an ashram training. This may be a combination of both, ma'am. Because the universities like you, the school of education, you have good atmospheres where you can have a strict training. The teacher have to wake up at 5. He can do all his work, all the needs. He look off the gardening. He will do some physical exercise. The teacher will come to the downtrodden. Otherwise, the teacher, what he think is, it is a white collar job. He never wants to get into the sunlight because he may get some sweats and all. No. So the teacher hesitate to plug the plant in the soil. If you ask our children to go and plug the plant or clean the shredded leaves and the school ground, the children hesitated to do. Like that, the teacher is also feeling hesitated to do because he is not having the, he is not trained to such level. So the teacher education should be a residential base. Then only the teacher will acquire all the competencies what needed, madam. Then only 2 points I will add, ma'am. I have so many points. I am looking for the time.
But yeah, 2 more points you can.
Shortage of time. So only 2 points I will add it to, ma'am. Being a teacher, I observed all categories of teacher. If a teacher is provided some time for teaching or preparing, then he is doing well. Actually, if you compare in your university and all, the teacher will take some minimum periods. The other period they use for preparation. If you come to the next level, that is in higher secondary, the teacher will take 20 periods or 25 periods per week. They have some time for the preparation. If you come to high school, the teacher will take 24 periods. The remaining periods are free. So they also have some time for the preparation or to get energized. If you look at the timetable of the primary school teacher or the Bala Sevika, who is at the downtrodden of the entire school system, the single teacher have to occupy all the 7 periods. Starting from morning 8:30 till 4:15, the teacher have to be continuously shout at the student or talk or interact. He is a human. How can he handle all the 6 periods? How can he handle all the 6 hours? So what naturally going is, first 3 periods they will handle the class energetically. After that, the teacher will be kept passive. So what when the passiveness result, what it will result in the academic of the children? It will affect the academic of the children. If the teacher is provided with 5 periods, actually in our Pondicherry we have 7 periods. If the teacher are provided 5 periods and 2 periods are left blank, means that time the teacher will get energized. So in next period, he will go with full energy and deliver it to the student. So please, ma'am, you are in the capable of saying these things to the central government as NCTE. So please make note of it. A teacher should, at the primary stage, because this document is focusing more on the primary education. So a primary school teacher should have some free periods so that in the free period, the teacher may get energized. So in the next period, he would deliberate the lesson very clearly and very actively. The next thing is, the last thing, ma'am. The next thing is, all the schools, the teacher have to do the administrative work. Sir said, no, sir, in all the government and all private schools, we have good teachers. In private school, we have a good number of teachers. What about the quality of teaching in government? He is asking. Actually, in private schools, the teachers are handling only the classrooms. So the teacher having the full concentration on classroom, he is shining. But what is happening in government sector? The teacher is looking after the administrative work. If the teacher went into the headmaster's room and doing the administrative work, it will directly reflect in the classroom situation. So in the document, you have to clearly mention that a technical staff or a clerk or some scribers that should be given to each primary schools to assist the headmaster. If one clerical person is assisting the headmaster, the teacher have no right or no work to enter into the headmaster room. So the teacher will look all the academic activities of the school such that only the quality will be improved, ma'am. This is my opinion. If anything, what I pronounce is wrong, please forgive me, ma'am. Thank you for giving me.
No, nothing is wrong. Your points are taken. And I think any kind of training or teaching learning has to happen only in a democratic atmosphere. Regarding that promotions, it is not promotions. The moving, the shifting from one stage to another stage, probably that is, for that they have given very clear parameters. It's based on the competency levels. As and when the teacher attains the competency level that the document says, the teacher can go up. I don't think any time duration is fixed. So I think Lalita madam has joined. Madam, you want to respond? I think with your response, we can close this session. Madam, please go ahead. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah. Can you unmute?
Sorry for the disturbance because there was power cut. I missed most of the discussion. Anyway, I'll try to take a recording from you. Regarding the questions that you sent on WhatsApp, I have tried to jot down the answers. I sent it to your mail also. Whatever I can answer immediately, I have noted down. Now, this is the last question I've taken. Question 21. I don't know whether that has been answered already. Some student or somebody.
Most of the questions are answered, ma'am. The latest only you responded. We take your responses and we compile.
Okay, 21. Actually, I have noted down the answer. If you can, 1 minute. For that NPST, the last question, 21, with very broad multiple goals, most important. So still it will give access to distance education, something like that. So they are thinking, so it is meant for prioritizing pre-service and so if still it will give access to distance education, there's no regular class systems like that. We know that that is a reality, but the answer is 1 minute. Sorry for my. See, NPST is meant for all teachers up to secondary level, whether it is pre-service or in-service. These are meant irrespective of the system, whether you are going through face-to-face or distance. So it is the ultimate goals we have to reach. It is not, we are not talking of the system. I think that's what I want to clarify. Whatever be the mode, what are the skills, or knowledge, competencies, understandings that need to be developed are mentioned. So whether you have distance mode or it is immaterial. That's what I want to say to the person who has asked a question. Even question 19 and 20, Also, will it benefit pre-service teachers, and can it be used to in-service teachers? I think all the questions are meant the same. So here, the challenge for us is, to how to make these goals, how to achieve these goals, irrespective of the system. And somebody has mentioned some related question is here. See some whether it can work in online or like that, because we are moving towards online. Question number 15. So, see, it is, although people will say it's better to have face-to-face, even one teacher also was mentioning, showing the experiment, face-to-face is better. It's not that face-to-face is an answer for all our, to achieve. We cannot achieve all the goals that are mentioned through face-to-face. It's actually a combination of online and face-to-face, as I think Dr. Shrikala has worked a lot of work on that. A combination of kind of twinning both face-to-face, online, that kind of mixing the approaches is what is generally desired, neither this or that. Then even our national policy also is national policy also is mentioning that we are not to have the face-to-face, we have to have online, and those so many MOOC programs are there at higher education level. If you go there, it's always a combination of approaches and access to a large number of knowledge areas that's possible through multiple modes. So that's what we should not think that everything we can learn only through face-to-face. That's what I want to clarify. Then, some of the questions in...
Madam, you send it to me, ma'am. I circulate.
Okay, ma'am. I'm just...
Your responses are very valuable. It has to be circulated.
Okay, I'll type it out and properly type it. I've sent some to Shrikala's email. But some other questions also I will answer.
Definitely, before I submit the report.
Because,
NCT, I'll just discuss with you to collect everything.
And somebody has asked a very fundamental question. Why is it important to have National Teacher Professional Standards? See, these are the standards or the turning points where we want to take the teachers to. That is the basic philosophy of teacher education system. We want to prepare quality teachers because the teachers determine the quality of the system. So, and the national development is determined by the teacher, and teacher depends on the system, and the system should have the goals, and these goals are determined by the standards. So why is it important? That is a starting point of the whole seminar. I think they have to reflect back on why this seminar is for. So that's one thing. And whether it would be practicable for other countries, somebody has asked globally. I think they should refer to other countries' developments. I think they will get an idea. All developed countries have already implemented this concept of identifying professional standards. If you go to North Carolina, Australian professional standard, they have already listed and they are going ahead with it. So it is not just, we are doing it. But one thing is very important. We do make a reference to all of them and we finalize our own professional standards. Although they appear to be, universal, but when it comes to making meaning and implementing it in our context, we have to refer to the contextual realities of our system. So, you see, for example, critical thinking, what they think as critical thinking and problem solving skills, what life skills you are talking. So life skills there would be different from our life skills. So the interpretation of these professional standards should be interpreted in our to our context. That's what we have to do. So that way we are different from. That's why I just wrote that. See, that's what NPST, although generalizable across other countries, the interpretation and application has to be made with local relevance. Their achievability depends upon contextual factors. Here, before I close, this concept I wanted to highlight somewhere, madam. See, the achievement of these standards will not be uniform across the country or across the states or across the region or across the communities, across the schools. It all depends upon the local realities, because there could be variability in the achievement with respect to contextual realities. As I was trying to mention, a very poor school, a teacher, if he can make a +1 achievement from 0 to 1, it's better than somebody from making it 90 to 100, because bringing them from the bottom. So the context in which the teacher is placed, and then the teacher trying to find ways of achieving the goals, learning in student, that has to be recognized. So I think policy should, I don't know, I have not thoroughly read it. If that has not been reflected, that concept of variability in the achievement of these standards, professional standards, should be a concept like minimum levels of learning in school education. Like that, the minimum levels of achieving professional standards have to be mentioned. This minimal concept is a variable concept according to the contextual realities. Thank you, madam.
Very beautifully
time.
Explained to us, ma'am. A very good beginning with a very good end, ma'am. Thank you so much for your expertise.
Thank you.
Now, very good afternoon to everybody, all the participants. Dr. Srikala has some other appointment, so she left. Now I take it up. We have come to the end part of our open day, 1 day open house discussion. I'm very happy to read out the report of today's event. Now we started the program of open house discussion on NPST and NEP 2020 at 9:30 a.m. This was done as per the convenience of the appointment of our Honorable Lieutenant Governor. I had to change the timings from 10:30. Very well received and happy over it, and I thanks. And that Honorable LG, the chief guest of our program, Dr. Tamilchi Soundarajan, Madam, started with Gandhiji's quote that by education I mean an all-round drawing out of the best in the child and man, body, mind, and spirit. So this is the whole crux of NEP 2020. And she talked about the intent of the National Education Policy 2020, which is forward-looking. The focus has shifted to the paradigm shift that the pandemic has brought out, that is from traditional classroom to online education. The emphasis was made on the role of teacher in the education system and society. Also, the teacher deficit faced by our country. Madam also mentioned the evolving role of the teacher with the changing global world and needs of humanity. Madam appreciated the MOU signed between Pondicherry University and Auroville that focuses on improving vocational education. We had a very strong input from Madam. With that, we started the program, and it was followed by from NCTE, Madam Kesang Yangsang Sherpa. Madam had given orientation over what they have been doing it on the framework, and with the focus on NEP 2020, she brought back the position of teacher as a noble profession. No hard separation between different streams of education and equal importance to both development of skill set and occasional education. That is mentioned throughout in NEP 2020. Madam talked about NPST and NMM, which focuses on the competencies that the teacher must possess in each level. She talked about NCTQ, that is a national registry of all teachers. And with that orientation, we had got clarity over the framework from the cognitive scientists later on. And followed by Madam Sharpa, we had our Honorable Vice Chancellor who had given the presidential address. Professor has expressed or highlighted the 4 salient features of NEP 2020, and they are teaching in mother tongue, learn to live, teach to transform, and educate to empower. A very beautiful 4 points which every teacher has to reflect upon every time and every day of each one's teaching. And NEP 2020 provides the diversification of subject and multiple entry and entry and exit options to the students and learners. And Professor has ended with emphasis on sharing resources, he highlighted and underlined, among educational institutions to reduce burden and make resources available to all students. Along with that, there are a lot of insights we received, which we will be brainstorming and then we will be working it out. And this inaugural session had vote of thanks by our colleague, Dr. Vijay Kumar, and we started our program with NCTE's program. Yes, madam, do you hear?
No, sorry.
Okay, so we had the cognitive scientist, Sri Rishbab Khanna, and he had presented beautifully with PPT with all the key points of NPST. That is, what is NPST? And the 3 core pillars of teacher career and NPST's focus on, and the 4 levels of standards the teachers will attain based on their acquired skills and competencies, and the 4 domains of teacher skills and competencies. And along with that, without evaluation, no teaching or curriculum goes, and what evaluation mode, and he stresses that it should be only based on competency, not on score based. And he also had certain questions from the audience, that is from Mr. Praveen and then Dr. Ilayaraja. They raised certain questions, and they were on what core and ethics are talked about in NPST. Does NPST take in account assessment of present teachers, and what are the various assessment tools that will be used? And for which our Professor Lalitama had given suggestions, and he also, that expert cognitive scientist also had given a lot of input us, and we had the benefit of getting in a different perspective from NCTE. And we have panel discussion, and we had our Professor Mumtaz Begum from School of Education as a moderator, and she had highlighted teacher and learner and what teaching and learning. With her introduction, the panelist 1, Dr. Krishna Prasad, discussed about learning through mother tongue, the stage up to which mother tongue should be used for teaching and learning, and the challenges that may be faced by the learners when shifting from mother tongue to other languages. He also discussed that technology can never replace teachers, as the humane touch of a teacher cannot be fulfilled by the technology, which we are all always aware of. He also talked that learning should occur from heart to mind, as only then the relevance of the knowledge or skill can be emphasized. And we had panelist 2, Mr. P. Charles Paul. He talked about how all teaching practices must be kept realistic and relevant to real world. Community must be interlinked with the learnings made available to the students. The emphasis was on each level of teacher career, and that was discussed in detail. That is beginner level, proficient level, expert level, lead level, and the teacher with all stages must be inculcated with moral values. And for which we had Professor Lalitama's remarks that variation in the standard of teacher performance must take into account the context that the standard of the school and the performance of the teacher must be assessed, keeping this context in account and the efforts made by the teacher. And we also had Professor Muthumanikam, the director of Krishnasamy College, and he spoke about from his experience right from 1960, and he says that the changes are advocating a new assessment methodology, and that is necessary for the holistic evaluation of teachers' performance and students' academic process in a multidisciplinary environment. With that, we had open house discussion where we had questions from scholars like Lopamutra, Praveen, and then students from Lindsay, Pragya, Karishma, and others. And we also had a series of questions from Professor Ilayaraja and then Professor Satyanarayana and Mr. Rajkumar from school side. Every question was very valuable, and we will be taking into submission for NCTE. And the series of questions were responded by Professor Muthumanikam and Dr. Srikala and me. And with Dr. Vijay Kumar, with his experience in NCTE, he had, because he had been there during the process of framework, so we were all benefited through his expressions, what was really in the structural and functional aspect, what NCTE or the Government of India in NEP 2020 feels about it, for which we got the benefit from his input. And we have Professor Lalitama from her experience for the contextual meaning of the policies and the framework we received. Lot of inputs I have received and I have copied from chat box also. And even I request all of you to mail. I have given my mail ID. Mail all your questions, because we were very careful in picking up that stakeholders, not leaving anybody. That was our focus. If anybody is left out, maybe due to strain and other things, apologies for that. But I request everybody, even if you had expressed here, you have your time and express all your questions and mail to me. I take everything and compile and then submit to NCTE for this functional aspect of national professional standards for teaching, which we will be receiving in the near future. Thank you so much. And as we are all at the end of the program, waiting for your lunch, I request Dr. Balamurugan to give vote of thanks. Please, Dr. Balamurugan.
Please unmute your microphone, sir.
Sir, yes. I'm thank you for one and all who are all participate in the NEP 2020. I'm very much thankful to the authorities of our university, Pondicherry University, to be a part and parcel of this School of Education and our university. I thank our Lieutenant Governor, Government of Pondicherry, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Chairperson NCTE, Honorable members who are all present on this today event NAP 2020, our respected Dean, Professor Dr. K. Chalamani Madam, and our colleagues, Dr. Shikla Madam, Dr. Mumtaz Begum Madam. I thank our the members who are all presented here for panel discussion, Professor Mumtaz Begum, Krishna Prasad, Venkata Krishnan, Ramachandran, Charles, Paul Kunasegaran, and all the stakeholders, including our the former Dean and former NCTE member, Professor Lalitama Madam. I thank you, Madam. Recently, I joined in this program for your contribution also. I thank very much. I thank the former director, Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, and our faculty for smooth functioning of this program and smooth end of this program also. The wholeheartedly he contributed from the morning to this at 2 o'clock end of this sessions. Really, I very much thanks to the member who all participated, for all joined in this program. I thank our university authorities. I thank our former Dean, Professor Mumtaz Begum also. I thank our research scholars, MS students, and thank one and all for successful completion of this program. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Balamurugan. Now, I just request everybody to respect our national anthem. Arvind, please.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much for everybody. And we, at present, I don't have any feedback form, but I request you to submit all your reflections, plus, minus, whatever you want, kindly mail it to me. Thank you so much for your participation till the end. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, discuss. Thank you so much. Ma'am, thank you so much for your presence and your insights. Thank you. Thank you for everybody's total participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you very much. And my thanks to Mamta's Begum also. She's not here right now. Please come in. Namaste, sir. Krishna Prasad, sir. I don't know very well. Namaste, sir. Krishna Prasad, namaste. So please keep in touch. I don't know your contact number.
I will call you, madam.
Okay. Balamurgan, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. I'm happy to see you, your face after many years, madam.
But you continue to look young. Same.
All your wishes, madam.
He's Bala.
You are always Bala. God bless you.
Thank you, madam.
Happy New Year. Happy Sankranti. Pongal.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Keep safe.
Thank
you, sir. Mr. Manikam, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.